What's going on, everybody? Oh my God, how are you all doing? Oh man, you guys will not believe the evening that I've had. Oh my God. First of all, hello to everyone. Happy Thursday. I miss you guys. It's been a couple days. Thank you all so much for tuning in. So, story time, as they put it. I had to go to the office today. I did that. Went to the gas station, got gas, got home, then realized this very expensive iPhone that my employer has provided us was not on my person. Yeah, they gave us the newest iteration of this iPhone last year with a clip. How did that happen? I don't know. A phone I would never buy myself. I panicked. Y'all, there are no words to express how I felt not being able to find my work iPhone. How much is that damn phone? All I can think of is they got to take this out my check and I'm going to be homeless. Oh my God. Yeah. What's going on, y'all? I know, right? Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all hit the like button. Thank y'all so much for tuning in. So, needless to say, I had to go back to the gas station. I'm calling the gas station. None of them neurons are answering the phone. And then, of course, I get in there and I'm just praying at this point, almost in tears. I almost cried. Can you believe it? God. I was like, sir, you see the phone? It's just in a white case. Sir, can you tell me if you see the phone? It's in a white case. It has a clip on it. I was about to have a full, y'all were going to see me in the news. Lady Luck Club goes berserk in Quick Trip. Y'all, I'm standing there like a kid just wanting another bowl of soup. Just begging, sir, can I please have some more? Y'all, oh my God. I was panicked. I was about to tear up Quick Trip. Oh, child. I was going to be in the news, y'all. I almost made it. All right, y'all. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, man. Oh, you gotta, God, I just had to tell y'all that because, prayerfully and thankfully, the phone had been turned in. They couldn't do anything with it either way because it was password protected. It's like, yeah, okay, it's a tracker on this thing and everything. It wouldn't have worked out well for the people if they decided to keep it. They would have been able to do nothing with it. And then you got to worry about, the government showing up trying to get this phone back because, yeah, it's a government phone. It's just kind of like, I just don't want this coming out of my check. That's all I was thinking about. I can't afford to buy this damn phone on my own. I certainly don't want to have to be forced to pay it back because who knows, how this gonna go. Oh man, it was like, oh, yep, I got you right here. And I was like, oh, yeah, I started jumping up and down. Okay. That's how excited I was. I was jumping up and down, leaping for joy in Quick Trip. The security guards looking at me like, we have to have you an escort or something. Leave me alone. I'm praising God right now. Oh man, y'all. I almost made the news. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate all of you all. Shout out to my mods. Shout out to all the members, supporters, everybody in here. Sometimes you just gotta, laugh at things in life. You gotta laugh. You gotta laugh. Speaking of laughing, Candace, you heifer, I heard you said a bunch of dumb things for the past 2 days. What is going on with this girl? Yeah, I'll tell y'all right now. I honestly, you know, as much therapy as we all need when it comes to Candace. I guess you all tell me, how much did I miss from the last 2 episodes? Between yesterday and today, what all did I miss? I'll let you all tell me. Oh, what's going on, Mira? What's going on, everybody? To my mods, shout out to my mods, Pat Brooks, of course, the sponsor of the live stream. Thank you so much, honey. Oh, you know how to make my day. Hey, also, Lady Luck, you have been missed, especially your sweet laugh. Hey, mods and chat, also, thank you so much for the $19.99 super. Look at God, he's so good. Thank you so much, Pat Brooks. I appreciate that. Shout out to you all. LLC, you have to show Jay Witt's short video from today. Not much. Oh, do Jay Witt, my brother in Christ, what is he doing? Is he back on YouTube? Yay, he back on YouTube. All right, look at God. Yeah, it was about to be a whole thing. Is he talking about Fanny? Is a short video clip? Which one is it? It was hold on. You can't make this stuff up. Oh man, we have been having fun in here. I see Belinda. I miss absolutely nothing. Caleb said absolutely nothing. Candace going off on Ben Shapiro. Candace, nobody is stalking you, you heifer. Nobody is stalking your ass, okay? Perhaps you're just crazy and you're just not figuring that out. Candace Owens is just not figuring out she's crazy. Candace, no one is stalking you. That's the last thing anybody wants to do with you. Stalk up for what? Will you to give that person? Y'all, Candace would be the type of person that even if someone were to I'm gonna take her hostage or something, they would turn her back in. They'd be like, you know what? We're gonna just take you back home. George, come get your wife. We made a mistake. We didn't mean to take her. Oh God, she wouldn't stop talking. Candace would make a horrible. She'd make a horrible, abductee. She would be unbearable. The bad guys would automatically turn around and do some good. They would return her back to sender. They would keep Candace. Like, girl, you get on that nerve. Hell no. The one that says, leave me alone. Okay, let me see. Is it a short or an actual video? Let me see. Let me go to his channel. Yeah, shout out to my brother in Christ, Jay Witt. Shout out to him. It's a short that says leave me alone or a video? Oh, it's a video. Oh, all right.
I wouldn't let Ben.
We'll watch this then. Let's start off with this and then we'll get to the videos that I have lined up and some information about this Bullingdon club. Because Candace, it's time to talk about George. The weird little man you procreated with and made 4 babies with. I'm not even bringing up the babies because they're babies. They can't help who their parents are. But, George Farmer. It's time to discuss him in this weird ass club. Bullingdon. Why do I have a hard time? Bullingdon club. It's a crazy club where it's like a fraternity. Except they're still crazy even after they graduate. God. It's like partying nonstop, and then they, have a bunch of information on each other to blackmail each other with all day. It's like these people they just want to sit around and blackmail each other all day. Shout out to Jay Witt. Let's check this out. This one is called "Leave Me Alone," or is it "Tables Have Turned"? Did he just change the title? God, hold on. Is this the one? George needs to come out and reveal his true self. Yeah, come on out that closet, George Farmer. Yes, it's a short video. Oh, this was a 11-minute video. Let me go back. Hold on. Yeah, George Farmer, it's time for you to come out the closet, bro. Come out the closet. Y'all say he did this today? Getting this kidnap proof. Hold on. That's it. The leave me alone. It's called leave me. Okay, the leave me alone. Okay, so that's the other video. That's the video. Let me go back. Yeah, this one says no, leave me alone.
I wouldn't let Ben Shapiro rent space in your.
Okay. Y'all, let's get to this one right here. Let me turn down the music a little bit. So if this is the right one, y'all put a 1 in the chat when you can see it here. And then we're going to get to Nemo has a couple videos on this Bullingdon thing. It is something else. And then, of course, some information that I came across is even weird. I was like, what the heck is this club? See? Candace, this is what happens. You want us to hear and look at everybody else? We can do the same thing, girl. We can do the same thing. We all know Candace has recurrent yeast infections and she doesn't want to pay rent for 7 months because reasons. But we're going to find out what tickles George's pickle. Yeah, I'm on one today. All right, y'all. Put a 1 in the chat when you can see it here. Let's get to it, y'all. I appreciate y'all for tuning in. Hit the like button, especially all of the candy ass cult members. You know, Jesus loves the trolls as well.
Head, just keep moving forward. We are building, right? It's not about whether or not this isn't about winning or losing. It just needs to stop. Like I can't explain to you. It's getting. There's something about it to me that just is starting to feel dangerous. It's like there's an obsession here. There's an obsession with me that is happening. And I would like it to stop. That's it.
Candace Owens, okay? At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time, an employee of Turning Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these.
I want y'all to look at this hardcore look that Erica is giving right now. Just hearing that name. Did y'all notice a little eye twitch? Erica twitched her eye a little bit. I'm gonna point it out. It's the left eye. I think it was the left eye that twitched a little bit. Look at it.
It's happening. And I would like it to stop. That's it.
Candace Owens, okay?
Look at that twitch.
At one time, a friend of Charlie's, at one time,
Look at
an
it,
employee
y'all
of
see it
Turning
twitch?
Point. She has been one of the main peddlers of these conspiracies, and she is making a huge amount of money on it. She is building her business off of these lies. What do you want to say to her? Stop.
I would like you to just leave me alone. There's something about it that feels parasitic. And I'm asking for it to stop. I am. And I hope that is enough.
No, Candace. No. Nope. You don't get to do that. You don't get to sit here and make demands that someone not produce satirical comedy where they're just, laughing at you. For once, it needs to happen. No, she's not seeing Candace needs to stop. Girl. Candace, look at that face, y'all. Boy, these freeze frames are epic. No, she's not saying to stop. Candace sounds like a 12-year-old. Stop, leave me alone. Stop picking on me. Girl, shut up. Everybody picking on you. There's nothing parasitic or anything. It's called comedy. We're all laughing. I've been laughing at you. I don't know what the hell. You just not figured that out.
Off of these lies. What do you want to say to her?
Twitch.
Stop.
I would like you to just leave me alone. There's something about it that feels parasitic. And I'm asking for it to stop. I am. And I hope that is enough.
We were told that if we said stop, they would stop. And we said stop. And I'll say it again. Please stop.
And I would like for it to stop.
To stop. To stop.
Because she's a widow, we can't question her judgment. And I want to say that I reject that. I reject emotional manipulation.
That's all I have to say. Stop.
I just want it to stop. It's a no from me. And it looked like the Daily Wire was teasing something on my channels, which they brought back. And then they...
Girl, those are not your channels. They have the rights to them. Candace still doesn't understand how laws work. Especially regarding copyrights and rights and ownership. She don't understand any of that, huh? Candace. It's like you going out and purchasing a brush, a brush to brush your hair with. And then you determine that this brush starts to miss a bristle. Okay. And then you tell a joke about the brush and the bristle that it's missing. And then you take the brush on the show and then you actually show people the brush. We all have a good laugh. Now imagine Daily Wire taking a clip of that or putting someone in a chair in front of a camera, and then they bring a brush on set, and then they say something that you may have said, and then they turn that into a joke. That's what's happening. We're all laughing at someone else. Make the same statements you made about your brush. They're doing the same thing, except they're funny, and we're having a good time laughing at it. That is called freedom of expression. You don't get to dictate that. No one ever said, if Candace Owens tells us to stop laughing at her, we're going to stop laughing at her. Why would we say that? No. Now, girl, we're going to laugh at you until our stomach hurts, because you definitely have a way of making our head hurt. There's a collective migraine that's occurring amongst the masses. Okay. Everybody has a migraine because Candace Owens wanted to monetize the death of Charlie Kirk. So if we all had to endure the headaches and the migraines that you forced us to endure by saying dumb things or bringing forth some con artist, pathological liar named Mitch Snow, who's about to get $250,000, why can't we not have a laugh at someone else maybe saying the same things that you may have said or similarly? They make it funny, and then they show us that video, and then we all laugh at it. Girl, you don't get to dictate freedom of speech and expression. I personally never said that Candace should shut up. I want her to keep on talking. She's giving people ample evidence. Evidence that Candy will be used against you in a court of law, Candace. Yeah, keep on talking, girl. Now, they're just going to take what you say, and then they're going to turn it to satirical comedy. Now we all get to laugh at what the hell you're saying. We're just going to listen to someone else say it that's able to make it funnier. No, we're not going to stop. That's called freedom of speech and expression. Candace Owens can kick rocks, though. That's what you can do, girl. You can kick rocks. Yeah, okay. You're giving us, if you're going to give us content, we might as well have a good laugh. Here's to all the giggles.
Released stuff on my old Instagram channels. And I guess it's supposed to be like a clever way of I don't know.
Oh, it's clever,
I actually don't know at all what they were thinking, but it got them some attention. And then we were able to very quickly determine, because the tips box is just absolutely savage, that
oh no, the candy ass cult members are savage. Candace, we laugh at them too. Child, please. Even when the candy ass cult members try to have a thought, we laugh at that as well. Now, everything they do, we laugh at. Are you kidding me? Girl, bye, Felicia.
What's been in the works is that Daily Wire has been casting people for a show that's designed specifically to make fun of me and also Tucker Carlson. Okay. Now, in general, I would say the Daily Wire has been in a casting rut, trying to find the new Brett Cooper, probably for well over a year now. Not easy to find raw talent like that. And I think really at long last, they found someone that they think might work. Except rather than being bubbly and kind, the idea is she's going to be a bit manic, over the top, and of course, a little bit bitchy and mean, right? Because if you're noticing...
Oh, no, she didn't use the word bitchy. Candace. If you're just going to be bitchy, you might as well own it, girl. Own it. Candace Owens is bitchy and mean. Candace Owens is the epitome of mean girls. That movie that was made? Candace, that's your life. It happened in real time. It started out with this website you came up with and no one else but you. Well, you decided I'm going to dox people for, saying things that I don't like, that are mean. We're going to dox them. Yeah. Children at that. They must be minors, majority of them. Because your philosophy is that these kids should be put out there because they said something that someone thought was mean. Now, should they be bullying? No, but you have to prove that they bullied someone. No, what was happening was you had people just sending in random things to you, once again, where you did not know how to vet. And then you would just take that request, find out who these people are, invade a lot of privacy, and dox them in their private, personal, identifiable information. You see, that's That's called karma. Now, karma has come back and that boomerang is knocking you out in the head. Yeah, it's come back and knocked Candace out. And she's laying on the ground saying, help me. They're laughing at me collectively. Like now she's having a problem with all of this. She's been the mean girl for how long? 10 years? Social autopsy was a real thing that she then tried to denounce or separate herself from after only trying to validate it. Oh, it's going to improve a lot of lives. Girl, you sued the school. You got bullied with some remarks. You sued the school. You want some money. You don't come back and then create an entire website to keep doxing minor children. Because, see, Candace, you have 4 kids. And you wouldn't want anybody to do that to your 4 children. Now, would you? How did Candace Owens, how would she react if her 4 children ended up being doxed on a website called Social Autopsy? You know, because things have to be hit home for her in order for her to understand why it's bad. So, Candace, all you have to do is imagine your 4 children between you and Boys Club having all of their personal information doxed on a website called Social Autopsy for fun, just because someone submitted their name and said dox them, and then that's it. Imagine if that happened to your 4 children, Candace Amber Owens Farmer, aka Thunkhead. Imagine if that happened to you. The Daily Wire is going to put out episodes that might just surpass your ranking, and we are here for it. Oh, Ben Shapiro, if you need a standby, I can memorize 2 lines. 2 lines. That's all I can do. 2 lines.
I think that's kind of the new Zionist bent. Sort of this, and we've shown you
Oh,
clips in the
God,
show.
it is
Like, you
Zionist
can't sit
thing
with
again.
us. We're cool. Like, you're broke if you don't like what we do, and
Oh,
we're
girl,
hot,
stop.
and you're not. Like, the Hampton Summit, and they're like talking about how much money they have. Another brilliant PR ploy from a country that's mass murdering innocent children. Like, you can't sit with us.
A brilliant ploy? Is it brilliant, Candace? Are you saying that it's brilliant? Candace is acting like an elitist, something that she acts like 24/7. Candace, this is how you act. When you can drop $2,000 on a stupid jacket, that's still ugly. Yeah. That doesn't come off like you broke as hell, girl. Nobody does that. That's rent for me. $2,000. I'm still waiting on this $7,000 check. Your coat keeps telling me that somebody's supposed to be paying me. Ben Shapiro, if you pay me $7,000, I'll do 1 episode.
Sort of this, and we've shown you clips in the show. Like, you can't sit with us. We're cool. Like, you're broke if you don't like what we do, and we're hot, and you're not. Like, the Hampton Summit, and they're like talking about how much money they have. Another brilliant PR ploy from a country that's mass murdering innocent children. Like, you can't sit with us. Never occurs with them that we just don't want to sit with them. That's kind of the whole point of what we're doing. Anyway, before Maddie,
hey Juju, listen, I'm right there with Mira K. Mira K, listen. Ben Shapiro can hire me too. I'll do a show. I'll do a whole episode. Me and Jay Witt, we get up there and we just sit here and just clown this girl out for hours. Hell, I do that now for free. Yeah, I've had live streams go 7 hours where I've practically laughed at Candace Owens the entire time. That makes me feel good. Like I said, if we got to sit here and listen to her show for an hour and get a migraine, we might as well just have a good laugh at it. Y'all go get your popcorn and your Kool-Aid. It's about to get good.
they apparently tried out other people for this role. They had considered a show, putting together a show that would make fun of me and Tucker Carlson. They tossed around 3 other people. They even considered doing a combination show with a person who had played the bailiff on Matt Walsh's Judged, and that didn't wind up panning out. Now, Maddie was then landed upon, and they decided, because we're really going to stick it to Candace, we're going to have her name the show In the No-No. Haha, get it? Candace says we don't know, but we know. Ben's on stage saying that.
She made money off of that. Why are you having a fit? Candace is throwing a whole tantrum. Girl. She's sitting here talking about their mask. Oh, my good Lord. I have no idea what she's referring to. Candace, stop throwing a tantrum. You too old for this. You 36, 37, going on 58. Girl, you are too old. Be throwing a tantrum over a comedy show. Laugh it up. It's not going anywhere. You don't get to dictate free speech and expression. I want to be in the show, Ben Shapiro. Can someone call Ben Shapiro? Yeah, send him a post. Let him know. Lady Luck Club would love to do an episode. As a matter of fact, I do too. Shit. I don't even have to memorize lines. Just tell me to wing it. Candace, get the hell over it. Just get over it. Don't you have some kids to raise? You know, a sandwich to make? Don't you have some things to do? You should be going out to visit UVU campus or something. Why are you worried about a comedy show? What's wrong with her? You can't make this stop. Yeah, I will see that as a badge of honor. Oh, we're clowning the Lady Luck Club. Oh, cool. Let me know when the show starts. I'll tune in. Like, it wouldn't even be a big deal. You would have the opportunity to have a good laugh at my expense. Who cares? Candace, you're too narcissistic for this. All this whining and crying you're doing. You're a narcissist. You know, negative attention is still attention for you. She took a whole slogan. You know, I don't know, but I don't know, but you know, and I don't know no good. And then made money on it, along with using the CIA logo and the likeness of it without their permission or consent, because she never gets consent. Candace, I wonder where you got that from, where you don't get consent. Who taught you that? Is that something that George taught you? You go around and don't get consent, you know, because he has a grown man that's accusing him of SA. Candace, did you learn to not get consent from George? George doesn't get consent either. So, because she doesn't get consent, she abuses the heck out of the CIA logo, made a bunch of money off of that, still is making money from it. But, oh, you know, I don't know, but I know. Somehow it's offensive to her. Candace, we got to get back to you not learning how to get consent. Yeah, she dropped like $1,000 on a jacket. That thing is still ugly. Candace, that jacket is still ugly. How much is this shirt she's wearing here? You can't make this stuff up. She drops thousands of dollars on one top or one jacket. And then wants to talk about, you know, the elitist. Sitting at the elitist table at lunch. Candace would be the ultimate mean girl. She's the one that has zero talent. She's not even on the cheerleading squad, but she's still the mean girl nevertheless. You know, because she's a narcissist. Can't make this up. What is she whining about? Candace, grow up.
That expression is retarded. And now we're just going to bring
You
this
still
show
haven't
to
gotten
life
consent.
and give it sort of a Nickelodeon
Course she's so
iCarly
mad.
vibe, but it's the Daily Wire, but they don't have a kids department
Victoria
anymore, but this
Beckham.
kind of feels like Nickelodeon, but it's iCarly meets Polly.
Yeah, whatever. How much is that shirt you wearing? That's a Victoria Beckham shirt. You can't make this up. $275 for that shirt, Candace. She paid $275 for this top. Yes, on the gag order. Been a fan on DW a while. That's the details that's familiar. What's going on, Lord? How you doing? Yo, she spent $200 on this shirt. Candace, it's a red top. What's going on, S5 Tavares? How you doing, honey? Shout out to my mods. Hey, LLC, you should look at the gag order, by the way. Candace Owens and Daily Wire. What did it say? Oh, let me pull that up. I didn't know they had a gag order. It's a gag order? So Candace did have a gag order against her. It just wasn't from the Charlie Kirk case. Candace, the judge doesn't care that you're walking the earth. I want you to know that. The judge just presiding over the murder trial with Tyler Robinson. Yeah, no, he doesn't care that you're walking the earth. You might not want him to start caring either. You know, that's the last thing you want a criminal court judge presiding over a high-profile murder trial to actually know that you exist. It's the last thing you should want. You should want to stay out of his crosshairs. You're already going to piss off Judge Rennie. I feel it coming down the pipeline. She's not going to know how to act in court. Yeah, go ahead, girl. Get that direct criminal contempt criminal contempt charge. Get it, girl. You can't make this up. Candace at top is
politics, which is just kind of wrong. And the idea is we're going to take Candace clips out of context to make it seem weird. And I'm going to show you it. I'm going to show you guys so you could see it. To tee this clip up.
She is going to really dramatize me discussing the history of Utah's state flag. Now, I don't know if I'm getting old. I am actually. I do know I'm getting old. In my ripe old age, I'm interested in history. I'm interested in learning about flags and history of their beehive flag. Is what I presented on my show. Natty in the no is really gonna mock me. So let's take a look at it.
Yeah, that the Utah state flag is a hexagonal beehive.
All right, let's try this. Let's really try this, okay? Chronologically. Utah adopts the beehive symbol in 1948. Fast forward 175 years later, people start using bee language as codes.
And I communicate with them by dancing.
People that use the code, they're clearly communists because communists work together. They follow a hive mind. Yes, queen. Underground. Communists. Mormons live in Utah. I watched The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I know what's going on here.
They've always been known.
What is this face? Y'all, Candace look like she's got a lot of gas. I told y'all she's an alien, so there's a lot of room in that skull of hers. Ever so often, that gas might just travel downward. And now we here beholding what that looks like. This is the look of someone that's got to go potty. And it's just like, I'm in an evil moment right now. Let me just savor this as opposed to relieve my bowels. I can make this. Oh, Candace. You look like you're fighting with Lucifer on the inside of your skin. What's going on? Oh, y'all. Candace is what a meth head who just took opiates. And then they decided to eat some old cabbage. And then they took some laxatives. And then all that stuff started kicking in at one time. That's what you get. The laxatives kicking in, the meth kicking in, the opiates kicking in. That old cabbage is a stirring in them bowels. All that is happening at one time. There you go. Candace, crack is wick. Okay, I want you to remember that. Crack is wick. Crack is wick. Y'all. I can keep going.
As the beehive state. And to be clear, it's not because they make honey. It's not because they have a high presence of bees. In fact, in terms of making honey or bee-related products, they rank number 24. It's actually the beehive state. It relates to the Mormon church, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Early Mormon pioneers founded that state, and they liked the idea of a beehive. Now, if that sounds vaguely familiar or communist to you, the idea of worker bees, yes, that's where it's from.
Did the Mormons know that the bees were commies in 1948? Did anybody watch that South Park episode? You know what? None of this matters. Let's get to her conclusion.
It's really good. It's really good. It's really sweet. It's so funny. It's like very
Oh, Ben Shapiro, you need to call me. I want to be on the show. God, Candace, you will be hating my guts until from now to God returns. Y'all, it'll be Judgment Day. You know what Candace is going to talk about? Let me look cool. Make fun of me for 30 minutes and you let that happen. Ah. standing there trying to figure out when did you convert to Catholicism again? I'm just trying to figure this out. Back to Lady Luck Club, Lord. Oh, Jay Witt. Oh, Deacon. Y'all hurting inside. Oh, this is epic. This is so epic. Okay. The internet, Candace, the internet is undefeated, you heifer. Okay. We reign supreme on this. Here's for the internet. Here's the Jay Witt. Artie Trolls, Mira Kay. Everybody's getting in her behind. Colonel Kurtz, everybody. Just stay Paramount Tactical. Y'all, let's give it up. Let's give it up for him. Here's to the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro. This funny Maddie young lady. Girl. Epic. Was that Maddie trying to play a pregnant lady dancer, y'all? Did I see that? Oh, that part always gets me. It's so funny. Was this her dancing here in the black after the BE part? It looked like she was wearing a belly suit. Yo,
Clearly communists, because communists work together. They follow a hive mind. Yes, queen. Underground communists. Mormons live in Utah. I watched The Secret Lives of Mormon Wives. I know what's going on here.
They've always been known as the beehive state. And to be clear, it's not because they make honey. It's not because they have a high presence of bees. In fact, in terms of making honey or bee-related products, they rank number 24. It's actually the beehive state. It relates to the Mormon Church, the Church of Latter-day Saints. Early Mormon pioneers founded that state, and they liked the idea of a beehive. Now, if that sounds vaguely familiar or communist to you, the idea of worker bees, yes, that's where it's from.
Did the Mormons know that the bees were commies in 1948? Did anybody watch that South Park episode? You know what?
Man.
None of this matters. Let's get to her conclusion.
It's really good. It's really good. It's really sweet. It's so funny. It's like very original. Would say she's clever as a fox. Plus, teach her why we use that particular simile. But I can tell that facts about animal symbolism and history are obviously not her thing. So I guess the idea is Candace is discussing the state flag, and she's using that as proof that Charlie was murdered or something. And it's interesting. It's a vibe. Anyway, wanted to show you that because the Daily Wire continues to exhibit stalker vibes. This is not normal. I am now telling people that Ben Shapiro is my psycho ex-boyfriend because that's what this feels like. None of this is normal. We don't have to pretend this is normal.
We're laughing at the man you married, whatever it is. George, are you an alien? Inquiry minds want to know. What do you have to become to be in this boys' club? It's certainly not human. You can't make this up. So an alien, a self-professed alien, because Candace says she's an alien, so we're going with that, who's also American ignorant, is sitting here getting mad, saying that Ben Shapiro is a stalker. Because jokes. Boy, this is priceless. Candace, we don't care. At this point, after all the misery you've caused people, the only best way to heal and for everyone else to come together is through laughter. That's exactly what we're going to do. And I, for one, am willing to help Ben Shapiro out with coming up with episodes and content. Ben, go for it. Just use my whole playlist. I don't care if he uses 20 seconds or 13 minutes or a full hour. I don't care. All of my videos on my channel, Ben Shapiro, are available for you to use. I don't really care. Go for it. This is hilarious. Candace, were you ever a Mormon? People are asking if she was a Mormon. You can't make this up. Daily Wire dumped her. She keeps saying she left. She was fired. Exactly. Candace, you were fired. You were fired. You breached the contract. You were fired. because you keep running your mouth and thinking with whatever you consider to be a brain. See, when you're an alien, we don't know that. She claims she has a brain, but who knows? She also says she's an alien, so we don't know that. We have no way to confirm Candace Owens has a brain. We have no way to confirm that. Oh, Candace, yeah, come on here for get
Another thing
that
is like when you break up with someone and you have a crazy ex, that was how it felt like being fired from the Daily Wire. Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, from the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, Andrew Clavin, my crazy ex-boyfriend, Andrew Clavin. The Daily Wire, the Daily Wire. He does some stuff for the Daily Wire. The Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, at the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, and from the Daily Wire, and the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, from the Daily Wire, take the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, Ben Shapiro, Dave Smith. The answer to this question might get you kicked off the Daily Wire. I had to laugh at that. That's really funny. The Daily Wire, and the Daily Wire, my psycho ex-boyfriend.
Oh my God.
Daily Wire, Reagan Conrad, Jeremy Boring, the Daily Wire, Daily Wire, Daily Wire.
Candace, you said the Daily Wire more than the years you've walked this earth, this planet. Our planet you crashed on. You can't make this. Y'all, what if Candace was a 4,000-year-old mummy? Like mummy from a deceased person wrapped up in gauze. And then she, decided to do a George Jetson landing on our planet. And this is what she chose to exist as. Oh, Candace, you can kiss my ass.
Daily Wire, with the Daily Wire, and the Daily Wire. Brett Cooper out at the Daily Wire, Daily Wire, the 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 Daily Wire, Daily Wire. Sign up for the Daily Wire. I got fired from the Daily Wire. We're like, she's done, she's toast. The Daily.
Oh, there you go, Candace. You got fired. You said it right here. You alien. Whatever you're using to help remember words, you might want to remember these words in this order. Let's put up the caption, shall we? It's going to say the Daily Wire repeatedly. But, she tells us that she's been fired. And she's talking about how they're obsessing over her. It's funny how this happens.
Daily Wire, the Daily Wire. Daily Wire, sign up for the Daily Wire. I got fired from the Daily Wire. We're like, she's done.
Yeah, after I got fired from the Daily Wire. Yeah, Candace, you got fired. I'm glad you can admit that. Yeah, obviously, Candace Owens needs a tape recorder. Candace, obviously there's two Tootsie Rolls sitting in your brain, or the skull, where the brain should be. They're slowly unwinding. How many days it takes to get to the center of a Tootsie Pop?
She's toast. The Daily Wire, the Daily Wire, the Daily Wire. Ben Shapiro, you, and the midget horse that you rode in on. Nothing that.
My Little Pony said, why are you even bringing me up? Candace, don't take it out on the midget horse. Never mind that donkey and jackass you came riding in on. Never mind that. Y'all, Candace came in on a jackass. That's missing a leg, that has diarrhea. It just keeps coming out. And all she's doing is eating it up. Like, you can't make this stuff up, Candace. We can talk about the many things that you crashed on our planet in. A unicorn, a snail, a roach, a demon, like whatever. We can all throw out some things here. Why are you sitting here saying F you to this boy? Is that studying you? She really thinks people are thinking about her like this.
This happened since I have left that company is normal, not how I left the company, not the glorious town hall, the slave hanging, teach everybody a lesson.
It's psycho ex-boyfriend. It's the ex-boyfriend that breaks up with you. Blasts a message to all of your friends. Says, come look, here's why I did it. Here's why I hate her. Okay, I guess this is over. That's fine. Move on to my wife, and then you try to move on to your wife, and like he's sliding into the DMs of everybody saying you can't deal with. Don't speak to her. She's terrible. I'm gonna smear her and tell you what she is. I hate her. It's okay, fine. That's okay. I'm happy to move on to my wife. I'm gonna sue you. I get everything. The apartment we share, the car, you're gonna leave it at nothing. Okay, that's fine. Take it. I'd like
The apartment, Candace, is that the same apartment where you failed to pay rent for 7 months? You know, because black mold and yeast infections and all. Y'all, that's what's happening here. Candace Owens is having a meth trip. Candace. Just because you got the itchy scratchies, it doesn't mean you put all this nonsense out on us. Why are you putting all that anger and frustration out on us? Because you failed to get the correct amount of monostat 7. You can't make this. She chose to live with black mold and did not pay rent. Tried to sue the property management company, hired the wrong type of attorney, you know, because she doesn't understand how things work here on Earth. And then she decided, I'm just not going to show up for court because, you know, laws is hard for her to understand. Like, you know, we get it. We get it. Oh, my God. While she's riding on that 3-legged jackass. You can't make her. Candace. At least Ben Shapiro is on an actual horse. Okay, you're on a donkey that's got buck teeth. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Oh, girl. Yeah, this is what her meth trip looks like. When she's sitting there getting rocky, yeah, because this is wearing off. What y'all see here is what she's on for 48 good minutes. But upon the 49th minute, these little heart starts to go away. That's when she's trying to end the damn show. Okay?
to just move on in my life. I'm gonna see you again because I'm upset about something else. Okay, fine. I would really just like to move on and close this chapter in my life.
Then all of a sudden, he's like jumping onto stages and talking trash about me.
Yeah, it's that meth trip working right now. While she keeps laughing about things. It's not funny. Candace, you're not funny.
He sees I moved on. I'm like, okay, I'm just doing my own show here. You don't know, but you know, like, why do you care? Are you good?
Candace, why do you care about anyone who's deceased and saying they're coming to you in a vision? Are you good? You know, that's very demonic. It's very demonic of you. What do you expect from an alien that understands what meth looks like more than, you know, a brush for you can't
Are you good? Can you move on? And you're designing shows after me. This is not normal. This is not how employers are supposed to behave. I'm being so serious. There's something about it that's like
not serious.
And parking aside Maddie, she's just the latest pawn. You know, they just got to find someone who really does.
Oh, Candace, you're talking about someone being a pawn. What the hell is George?
He wants to be famous, stands on a couch. Okay, whatever. Thinks she's going to be the next it girl. That's fine. This has nothing to do with her, actually. I hope it works out for her. I am speaking about an employer that can't move on. This feels dangerous to me. Like we're getting to a stage of upset.
Candace, there's nothing dangerous about it. It's called comedy. And it's called you getting over it. How about this? Why don't you and the 3-legged jackass you came in on leave Earth? I mean, no one is forcing you to stay here.
Session that is dangerous. You have to go create a show that's interesting and compelling that people want to watch. That's not based off of somebody that you fired because you didn't want them anymore. That doesn't track with the public. So I just feel like this is getting very creepy. It's speaking about an employer that can't move on. This feels dangerous to me. Like we're getting to a stage of obsession that is dangerous. You have to go create a show that's interesting and compelling that people want to watch. That's not based off of somebody that you fired because you didn't want them anymore. That doesn't track with the public. So I just feel
no, the public is fine. We're fine. Are you guys good? I'm good with this comedy here. You guys good with this comedy? Put a one in the chat if you're good with the Daily Wire. Having us all laugh at Candace Owens. I'm good with that. It's a big one for me. I don't care if you don't like it. Just put a one in the chat if you're good with the Daily Wire. Say, we're going to have a giggle at Candace Owens saying, I don't know, but I know no. You know no? And she doesn't know no good. Candace, you and that 3-legged jackass that came in on our planet can return to sender. ET phone home. Candace, don't make me pull up Jermaine Stewart. Boy, girl. Her child. Candace, aka Jermaine Stewart. Listen, you don't have to like it. We don't care if you like it. We just don't care. We're going to keep laughing at it. They're going to make all the shows, and it is going to be what it is. It's going to be funny. Especially if me and Jay Wood are in it. Mira Kay, all of us. They should just do an episode dedicated to all the YouTubers and content creators going ham in on Candace Owens. That should happen. Boy, that would be hilarious. Candace, I would make sure that video goes viral. You hear me? We'll even send a some sort of a message to your home planet. They can all tune in as well. The Ewoks will be very proud of you. Yeah, I don't speak cult. Is she saying something that we should all find important? The Ewoks would be very, very proud of you, Candace. Just know that, okay? They would have a celebration. See, listen, you get to have an entire new award show on your planet because they see you've become a star. You came here, still failed to adhere to our laws, but whatever. But at least you become a star in your own way. The Ewok Oscar Award will go straight to you. You should be excited. See,
like this is getting very creepy. There should, in fact, be laws to prevent this from happening. There should be laws that prevent employers from sending interns to stalk you at events, from trying to get you canceled from speaking events, for buying your friends. Like, that's the next step of the crazy ex-boyfriend. I'm gonna reach out to everybody you know and offer them money. Yeah, I'm gonna pretend I was Charlie's friend. What are you doing?
This.
Why are you doing this? Why are you so inside of my life?
Candace.
Please just move on. This is not mentally healthy.
Girl, if you don't stop, you are not an abused widow. You act as if you're being physically abused. If you don't kick rocks, all of the emotional abuse we've all had to endure of her weaponizing the death of Charlie Kirk. That's emotionally distressing. We should all just sue your ass, Candace. Like do one big class action lawsuit on behalf of the United States of America and Earth. All of humanity should come together and sue the crap out of Candace Owens. Even if we only get like a blow pop and 50 cents. George, you'll be writing a lot of checks. And his ass is gonna be hiding in the basement with the boys club and a box of wine. You won't be able to make this up. She won't be able to find him to save her life or his. George, we're being sued. The planet is suing me, George. What are we going to do? Make me a sandwich, dear. Make me a sandwich. George, no. A sandwich. For once, make me a sandwich. You can make this up. Candace, you and George will be writing checks for days. All the emotional distress. Girl, bye, Felicia. Yeah, Monquisha sitting here saying F you and then turn around and say, oh, I'm being traumatized.
For you, Ben, I want you to be better. I want you to get better. Seriously. Move on in your life.
He said, I will. I'm making these comedy shows about you, girl.
It's okay. Let go of people that disagree with you. It's okay. Also,
yeah, he'll send a response to you in these comedy shows he's gonna do.
Leave Megyn Kelly alone because I see you're eyeing her too in a weird way. You seem to be gunning for her now.
Kelly can kick rocks.
Let it go. This is not healthy, and I'm asking you to leave this alone.
She can recognize something to not be healthy. Somehow, Craig's wick goes over her head. You can't make
in 2026. Go do a show that's based off of that girl's talent and something that's interesting.
Yeah, the comedy show. I don't know, but I know you know now. Hopefully, Ami is in it as well. Yeah, shout out to Ami Kozak. Hopefully, they get Ami to do a few episodes. That would be epic. Oh my God. Candace, you have a laundry list of people that would love to do an episode of this show. I hope you know that. Yeah, a laundry list of people. I mean, how often does the world come together and get united on some comedy? Like we have with collectively laughing at Candace Amber Owens Farmer aka the American ignorant alien. How often does that happen?
And don't just use her like a pawn. That's what I would say. Anyway, so if you guys want to know the no, head over to the Daily Wire, support Maddie.
It's so bad.
Show's gonna be great.
Y'all should
To a story that our
child, that tantrum is something else. Yeah. Candace, that was epic. Yeah, she threw a whole tantrum. Oh my Lord, you can't make this stuff up. Candace, please understand, we don't care about you being mad. We just don't care. Oh, yeah, I don't know no, but we know no, but we don't know no good. You can't make this up. Oh, hopefully Ami will get it in. Did he do a new video? Oh, thank y'all so much for that. She's so mad. She's so bitter. I know. Girl, we're not even studying Tucker Carlson. I don't chop, please. Yeah, it was Tucker Carlson. It's irrelevant. You cannot make this up. All right, so y'all said I didn't miss much with the episode from the night of yesterday. Because I'd rather get to this here. The Bullingdon Club legacy. George Farmer.
So that one of
This is from Nemo. Is a YouTuber, a content creator named Nemo. And she talks about this Bullingdon Club legacy with George Farmer and Candace Owens applied for chaos. Candace. Even Boris Johnson is in this club. How did this happen? You still want to tell us that you and George just kind of met by some spirit? Yeah, it was spirit wishes. She said God told her something, and God was like, I can tell her nothing. What's she talking about? That ain't my spirit. I don't think that was anything holy about that spirit you was yet again talking to, Candace. You know, because you enjoy talking to dead people in your vision. Yeah, the Bible's like, nah, that's demonic. That's an unfamiliar spirit. We don't do that. So, this fantastic content creator came up with this video and explored information about this Bullingdon Club, y'all. And I was like, yes. And then there was another video they did, and there's some dark secrets about George Farmer and his links to the Rothschild. Candace, she just went in, okay? George, this is what happens when you think that being an international man of mystery is a good thing. It's not. Then people don't know who you are. And then now you leave it to us to have to research and look up information to find out. George, come to the front of the church. Come sit down. You still don't have a sandwich. You can't make this up. So I want to check this out. Because this, Candace, I'm going to tell you right now. I don't even know if I want to comprehend your episode from yesterday or today. I really don't. If you all want to watch a little bit of it, we can. But I would rather watch this first, and then maybe we can do that. I don't know. Oh, my good Lord. So let's get some comments in. Lisa says, your business satire is dangerous, but Candace leveling murder, conspiracy, fraud, and a grieving widow complicit, and also not human. Exactly. You know, she's one to talk. Go said, I'm glad you're done with that. Knox can sniff out nice people. That's foul. Say, yeah, he's good. MJM said we can thank Mappin for the George Candy collab. Oh my God. Stacy, what's going on? Nemo has great videos on Candace and old chap George. Yes. We have about 3 saved that I wanted to check out. Melinda said, are you enjoying the group, NJM? Oh, definitely. Shout out to you. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Make sure you guys are hitting that like button. Juju said, I don't think I've seen his content. Is Nemo a male or female? I don't know. She looks a woman. I don't know. Is this the one that was on Jay Witt podcast? Or am I thinking about somebody else? There's content creators out there that do a great job putting out, some information and research on, Candace and this boys club here you all see here. George, are you still going to that apartment in Virginia? You know, that 2-bedroom, 2-bath apartment that's like $5,000 a month. Are you still doing that? Such a waste of money. You can't believe this. And then she talks about being an elitist and how bad it is, even though she is one. Candace, you know you don't have to actually homeschool, right? Like, we all know you have a nanny. We all know that. Yeah, because you made time one random Monday for a 4.5-hour meeting with Erica Kirk. You can't do something like that spontaneously unless you have a nanny. I would never be able to do that, even with 2 kids. You have to plan these things. You know, small kids, you can just go and be gone for 4.5 hours. Please. George did call one time and say, "How long is this going to be?" Not one time did he call and say that. Like, seriously. That's an indication he was not stuck with the kids and they have enough money to get a nanny. And she dogs out the idea of being an elitist. It's so funny how hypocritical she is. You can't make this stuff up. So while the walking void is somehow monetizing the death of someone that she really isn't a friend to, she unfriended on social media and acts as if that alone somehow can just be covered up and forgotten about. Nope, that's not how the internet works, Candace. People remember that you unfriended Charlie Kirk. You unfriended him. Like, who does that? It's her guilt that's causing her to do episode after episode after episode. Her guilt of her not truly being his friend and not being in his life for years. So, and now she dogs out his wife. Like, if you were a true friend to him, you would not dare dog out his wife or his pastor or his spiritual leader or ignore the kids getting death threats and kidnapping threats. Like, those things would mean something to you, but it means nothing to her. So it means nothing to us to laugh at you along with Ben Shapiro. Candace is the one that's obsessed over things, and she makes a lot of money being obsessed over it. It's high time, Candace, that we all learn a little bit about Boys Club. So the Bullingdon Club is it's like an exclusive club, right? He joined while he was at Oxford University. It has a lot to do with, they try to take a stance against elite networks and all of that, while they actually be a part of an elite network. Bullingdon Club is an elite club. I mean, you can't just get in it. Like, I can't just join the Bullingdon Club. That's not how that works. Let's see here. I'm just trying to read some basic information about this. The Bullingdon Club is known for its association with high social status and wealth, and its members have included notable figures in British society and politics. Yeah, this whole thing is a hypocrisy upon itself. I'm sorry, I should have pulled up this link first. But yeah, this Bullingdon Club is a walking hypocrisy. They want to take a stance against the idea of being an elitist, while the club itself is an elite club. Can you go figure? Candace, how much more hypocritical are you and George going to become? You know, he plays around in the studio and makes these weird videos where it's just a silhouette. Like he's some, actual international man or mystery. Sending out these weird threats that he thinks that no one knows is him. We know it's you, George. Stop playing in the studio. You keep doing this stuff. Second video he's done where it's like, is this real? Yeah, it's George playing in the studio. So Farmers membership has been a point of discussion in the context of his wife, Candace Owens' anti-elite messaging, because it's an elite club. He's in it, and it's been going on for decades. And Boris Johnson still has not learned how to brush his hair. So, oh God, what's wrong with that dude? Who does that? So we're going to check this out. And shout out to Nemo for putting this video together. I need a brain cleanse of some sort. It's just, God. Like I said, if you guys want to check out some of Candace's show from last night and tonight, we can kind of dabble through it. I just personally need a brain break. Candace, you're a clown girl. All right. Y'all put a 1 in the chat when you guys can see and hear. Let's get to it.
One of the initiation processes for getting into that club is burning a £50 note.
Rothschild, Nathaniel Rothschild.
Mr. Rothschild.
Younger, yes, not only are they encouraged, one of the guys told me that they kind of made a fetish out of doing as much damage as possible. Getting into the club is almost entirely dependent on wealth.
They don't know when to stop.
And its former members include the men today running London, the country, and the economy.
Wow.
I am sick to death of poor people.
A lot of what happens to the Bullingdon Club isn't just sort of useful indiscretions. These people go on to maintain the connections they made in the Bullingdon Club 20, 30 years later when they're in high positions in journalism, politics.
The World War was close to King George VI as the Lord Steward of the royal household, but he accompanied Lord Brocket to celebrate Hitler's 50th birthday. It was a matter of personal delight to Hitler that the Duke, in order to have dirt on each other so that then they can possibly be blackmailed in the future, or they'll keep...
Y'all see that? They just keep dirt on each other to blackmail each other. So none of them are friends, is what we're hearing.
Quiet as we were hearing the mafia omerta sign. But what when these people are let leash on a country, on an economy?
Interested in it. By the time I was 15, I had begun the conversion experience that I then went through for the next 5 years to Catholicism, which culminated in me converting when I was at Oxford.
George Farmer, Candace Owens' handler or actually partner. This article by Tim DeRozan pretty much summarizes a lot of this. George Farmer in the Bullingdon Club. The Bullingdon Club's notoriety stems not merely from its decadence, but from the complete absence of consequences its members have historically faced. Restaurants trashed, college rooms destroyed, dress codes enforced by initiation rituals bordering on humiliation. All of it hidden behind wealth, connections, and the complicity of institutions unwilling to confront their golden boys. This is not simply about youthful excesses. It's about what destructive privilege looks like in practice. The belief that rules are for others, that money can mop up any mess. Their reputational laundering will come courtesy of future peerage of PR firms. George Farmer inherited this playbook, and he now applies it in a political arena with disturbing effectiveness. Now, Farmer's tenure as chairperson of Turning Point UK marked the arrival of American-style grievance politics on British soil. What began as a youthful, focused conservative group rapidly degenerated into a platform for online trolling, misinformation, and performative outrage, often targeting minorities, academics, and journalists. Are you getting it? Okay, let's go. Let's cook. Rather than debate ideas, the strategy was to delegitimize institutions. You hear it? Mainstream ideas, mainstream media, universities, public broadcasters, even science itself.
Smart people don't need data. We've just been around.
I just know things because I've been around. Science, what it is actually, is a pagan faith.
Oh, this is a British person.
Candace, this is why you walking around saying that someone was born a male when they were born a female. You know, because that's based on science as well. Human anatomy is based on science. Biology, based on science. DNA and genetics, science. So she thinks that's a separate religion. Is that George Mappin person truly trying to convince her to be a Scientologist? How's this going to go? Because they believe that aliens are like spiritual beings. Candace, this is why you're so comfortable telling us you're an alien.
Writing. You see where George is coming from and why Candace is the way Candace is. I think you can see it from here. Okay? You can see it clearly now. What the Bullingdon Club practice in marble dining halls, tearing down and laughing at the rubble, Turning Point sought to replicate in public square. Critics who once condemned elite impunity were now cast as cultural Marxists or woke ideologies. It's a bait and switch tactic. Wrap all privilege in new populism, then claim to be the victim. Ooh, this is good. This is good.
Oh, yeah.
Farmer's political and media persona is a curious hybrid. On one hand, he presents as the Cambridge analytical class schemer, polished, connected, data literate. On the other, he trades in low rent anti intellectualism, surrounding himself with media figures who shout first and then fact checked never.
That's Candace's MO, because she just goes out and becomes loud and wrong. Candace, Google search can do you some good, but you won't do that. And it's simple. And then she has to be fact checked, I guess in her tip line that she still doesn't vet. Candace, when you go out and say that 501c3s are not filing tax documents in time, at least check the IRS website regarding tax deadlines for 501c3s. Basic research that you could do, just a little bit of reading can get you a long way. This is the epitome of that. Shout first and fact check never. That's exactly what Candace is. Perhaps, Candace, you've always been that way. It's starting to become less and less believable that Candace Owens just so happened to get a sign from God telling her to use Charlie Kirk's credit card, buy some tickets to go to the UK, and then meet George Farmer, and then 18 days later, they're engaged. It's becoming less and less believable that it was just a coincidence. It's more and more smelling like something they pre-planned, and they just kind of lied about it all these years. Candace, we're not going to pretend that you're not a bad liar. You're still a liar. You're bad at it, but you're still a liar. You're a pathological liar. Why would anyone need to believe Candace Owens when she says that it was just a coincidence that she met George Farmer? No one needs to believe that, because she hasn't produced any evidence to show that it was just a coincidence. No, she took Charlie Kirk's credit card and she brags about this. Like she did it without his permission. Those tickets could have cost thousands of dollars to go to the UK, to go meet George, because Charlie Kirk wasn't paying her any attention. Candace, that's what I want to believe. So that's my opinion.
Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy.
Oh,
Isn't
man.
that his wife we are describing here exactly? Is that someone else we should
Maybe
describe
he's
with
talking
this?
to her.
His marriage to Candace Owens has furthered his trajectory. Together, they represent a transatlantic pipeline of performative conservatism, wealth masquerading as victimhood, ignorance framed as authenticity. Right? George Farmer has been doing this in the UK. This is someone from the UK writing about George Farmer's activities in the UK. And then when he married Candace Owens, imagine the two of them times two. Imagine that kind of chaos. Imagine the chaos. America is going through a lot. I'm feeling bad for you guys. I'm so sorry, guys. But while Owens caught controversy through verbal, prytechnics, Farmer's role is more insidious. He is the architect, not the arsonist.
She was saying verbal pyrotechnics. The same pyrotechnics that Charlie Kirk used at AmFest every year. Somehow, her cult members now want to make it seem like, oh, it's such a big deal. It's a thing. No, this is common. Pyrotechnics, the fireworks and all that good stuff. They use that every year at the AmFest. Charlie Kirk came out to it. But no, they want to now have an issue as if history doesn't exist. And in this reality, those videos where all the previous AmFest conferences have been recorded, somehow those don't exist either. They could just pull up a video and see pyrotechnics in the AmFest previous to last year. They won't even do simple fact checking. Basic fact checking that involves watching a clip of a video of pyrotechnics being used in prior MFest conferences that Charlie Kirk came out to. But no. It's bad when Eric Kirk does it. It's so stupid. Candace, how long did you truly know Charlie Kirk? Or no, George Farmer, before you used Charlie Kirk's money to buy a flight ticket to go out there and then force Charlie Kirk to go along with this? You know what he should have told her? Candace, I'm not going. If you want a round trip ticket, you're going to have to pay for that out of your pocket. The company is not paying for that. And if you definitely want to go out there to go meet a boy, yeah, you're paying for all of that. Good luck to you. I'm still not in love with you. Candace, it must have just chewed you up to know that Charlie Kirk was not stunning your ass.
One who finances the platform, signs the checks, drafts the legal shields. A reminder, behind every demagogue, there is usually a financier with plausible deniability. Ooh, George, you're so good at this. He has mastered this, okay? He knows how to work on this. The story of George Farmer is not just about one man. It is about the persistence of destructive privilege in post-Brexit Britain. It is about how elite impunity has moved from champagne-drenched vandalism into algorithmic disinformation, how political influence has shifted from backroom deals to Telegram groups and YouTube brands, how the old ruling class has learned to wear populist masks while protecting its own power. Farmer did not invent this model. He just embodies its evolution. The posh reactionary who despises elites, the heir to wealth who rails against entitlement, the vandal who now breaks systems instead of wine glasses. Isn't that the exact system Candace and her husband real and
spending $2,000 on a shirt while they're sitting around talking about, they treat us all like we're just not sitting at the table. Oh, you're too good. Oh, you don't have enough money. Oh, you're not wealthy. Candace, you and Boys Club are combined worth $244 million. It's absurd that you think you're not an elite. And then you go and you shop like one. Who drops $2,000 on a shirt, a jacket? One that's still very ugly. It's just an ugly jacket. But who does that? Only to sit behind a camera and to say dumb things with no facts. Because we care more about the fact checking than we do about her jacket. Let's just be honest here. I could care less about what brand Candace is wearing because most of that stuff I don't recognize either way. See, that's how you know you broke as hell. When you can't just pinpoint this being a certain brand of clothing. Unless it's like a signature, like staple, like a Coach or a Burberry or something like that. I know what that looks like. Or Ralph Lauren polo because of the horse. Who knew what Victoria Beckham, like I didn't even know she made clothes. And she's willing to drop $200, $300 on a shirt. It's ridiculous. But yet she sits here and tries to make it seem as if these global elites are somehow oppressing her, because reasons. Candace, spell oppress.
Breed. They live and breed that exact system and they are not backing down from it. In the end, George Farmer may be remembered not for what he built, but for what he helped erode. Fact-based debate, institutional credibility, and the idea that public service demands humility, not hereditary swagger. The Bullingdon Club may no longer meet in Oxford's finest dining rooms, but its legacy lives on in the smirking defiance of men like Farmer and in the wreckage they leave behind. And wreckage in the United States they have been leaving behind. Look at this picture perfectly well. That is George Farmer, who is number 8. Him and his buddies were in Africa, as they said, South Africa, having a time of their life. After shooting a shooting party, they have the goose they caught in front of them to have the little party they always like having. So Candace Owens.
This is how they dress for a shooting party in Africa. And she tries to make it seem like she's relatable. Candace, you are not relatable, you alien. This is even more proof. George Farmer and Candace Owens, they plant all of this. They want the actual public to believe they just met by coincidence. Like it was just, we just kind of casually bumped into each other for reasons. She still want to address these SA allegations that another grown man is alleging against Boys Club, aka George Farmer. George, did you try to enforce yourself upon this man? Why are you guys laying out this stuff that you shot? Y'all, this is sick. They got it laid out in Africa of all places. You can't make this up.
And go ahead and preach to us about how the elite, the blah blah blah, the Rothschilds and all that drama. Meanwhile, her husband is a system, not only a system, a product of that system. And she is not only a product of her husband, but she is having a handler. She admitted that very well. And I go as far as say, allegedly, he is a handler. He has practiced chaos. He has practiced it in the Bullingdon Club.
Wow.
And he just brought it to America, redefined it. And now his wife is in America sowing chaos across the Atlantic. And whenever she's caught in a lie, she now claims to be victim. Guys, this is not something that was started now. When I created what was Candace Owens' playbook, which I have the video, I will link it below. I told you all, Candace Owens has media outrage mastered. At that point, I was still looking at her husband, wondering if that is where she's got that thing from. And now that I have looked at it, all the investigation I've carried out, I can tell you that Candace Owens is allegedly her husband's product, and she.
Wait a minute, is this Andrew Tate? Yeah, what do y'all ask that? Is Andrew Tate in this club? Y'all, this is crazy. Listen, yeah, Candace is definitely pimping out George Farmer, or the other way around. Candace, of all people, George Farmer is your pimp. You just happen to give him 4 babies, huh? Yeah, because, that child support money is going to be awesome. Candace knows what she's doing, people. She figured, I give him 4 or 5 kids, whatever. Then I get set for life because, he would have to pay child support for 18 good years. And, alimony. Because somehow her getting on YouTube now is her full-time job. I'm not even knocking that because I want to be able to get to that point. But I don't need a pimp. Candace, facts go a long way. People would believe you more if you came more authentic, but you don't. So having an arranged marriage is not a foreign concept for Candace Owens and George Farmer. Perhaps they did plan all of this. He needed someone to marry, maybe to continue his inheritance. Who knows? And then she figured, $244 million. That's what he's worth alone. Great. Then I'll give him 4 or 5 kids. I can give him all the kids he wants. Hundreds of millions of dollars. I'll take it. He got property. Yep. Land, homes. I mean, he's got homes in 2 different countries at least. Yeah, okay. He likes to sit around and sip cognac and smoke cigars. Oh, okay. That means I don't have to be bothered with him. Yeah, the only time they meet up in the hallway is when they're trying to procreate. George, my tummy is feeling warm. It's that time. No, it's not the yeast infections. I lied. Candace, you can't tell him that it's time to put a baby in you and get that confused with the yeast infections. George, that could just be the bread burning in the oven. You can't make this up.
It's no other than another product of his, because probably Andrew Tate was another one as well, and she is another one. I wonder who will be George Farmer's next product, because he has mastered the art
my
of
God.
chaos, and he's going to cause chaos no matter what. He is going to drive Candace Owens, drive that
I don't know,
truck till
Caleb.
it crashes. Then he starts another product, because what the George Farmer is a factory manufacturing chaos in a system that doesn't know that it is about to be hit by the worst of the product it has been protecting in the name of elites of the Bullingdon Club. And when this thing hits them, they are about to find out in the worst possible way what happens when you protect this spoiled brats from childhood. They grow up with entitlement. They grow up knowing that you can throw money at anything, and they also grow up knowing that any mess they can make, they can get scot-free with. That is why he's sitting behind the camera. He is not in front. He is sitting behind the scenes, being the puppet master. Meanwhile, he has his puppet in front, being the chaotic one. And at the end of the day, she is the one who is sued, right? She is the one who is going to face all the consequences of terrible behavior. He is behind the scenes, and everyone is saying, "A poor thing, poor George. He's so calm and quiet. Oh, poor George. Oh, George, so poor thing." Meanwhile, he is the master architect of this chaos you are all enjoying in America. Well done, America. You created monsters of your own. At least you can concentrate internally to solve the problems you have rather than looking outwards. Because from what we can tell from out here, you guys have a lot you're going through, and a lot is going through you guys, including the products of George Farmer. George Farmer is not this Christian boy who just went to Catholic school to study theology. Why was a boy studying theology also involved in the Bullingdon Club? So George Farmer went to school. He did not only love Christian life, he did not only enjoy being a Christian boy, he went to school and studied theology. And while he was studying theology, he told himself, why not I just get into the most secretive kind of skull and bone?
Exactly. How do you explain this Bullingdon Club, George? George, come to the front of the church. You know, real church. Can't make this up. How do you study theology and then you join this club where you're shooting animals, drinking alcohol? From the looks of that movie, have you all seen that movie, The Riot Club? Looks like they stay drunk 24/7. I mean, one kid is spinning around in a chair drinking wine. This is what they're doing as a pastime. You can't make this stuff up. And he's talking about theology school. Man, oh my God. George, you're a hypocrite. George, did you force yourself on that man? We're still trying to figure that out. When are you going to tell us the answer to that question? Yeah, he's going to lie like hell and say no. But this is what happens, Candace, when you sit here and you go after someone for months and months and months. And then a grown man has made allegations against George Farmer that he tried to essay him. And you and George Farmer are quiet as hell about this. And we're supposed to believe that somehow he's sincere about something. No one knows who he is. And Candace has already professed to be an alien. You can't make this up.
Kind of club I can get into rather than just studying the theology. Why don't I just get in there, cause a wrecking ball around UK? Why don't I do that? And after he has left, he has not stopped causing that same chaos. Okay, George Farmer is a master architect, and Candace Owens, that 18 days engagement was the 18 days it took them for them to draw up the plan of their marriage, the contract, and draft it for each other to accept and agree on the terms and conditions of that contract. And by the 18th day, it was ready. That's why he did not have a problem sitting on a plane and calling her on FaceTime and say, "Hey, will you marry me now?" Because that was a goddamn contract. It had nothing to do with love relationship. He himself said it. Nothing romantic was said. It's not my mouth. He said nothing romantic was said. She said nothing romantic was said. He didn't even take her out to dinner. Okay, he didn't buy her a flower, didn't say I like you, love you, didn't say anything, didn't say I really find you attractive. didn't say you really.
Ooh, she telling the whole truth. That's what they said. He said that himself. There was no romance, not a date, not a holding of the hands, not speaking the Ewok language. Neither one of them barked at each other for 2 seconds. Like, it's so funny. Candace, you called this man up. Why don't you just admit it? You called this man up, said, hey, you have a lot of money. And he probably looked at you and said, oh, you're cute. All right, then, you should fly out here and then we can meet formally. And that's it. They didn't even have to meet face to face. For the way that they ended up being engaged, if you took away the aspect of her using Charlie Kirk's credit card to buy flight tickets to go out to the UK, and let's just say they met up over a Zoom call, the end result would have been 18 days later, he's still proposing to her. He did not have to meet Candace Owens face to face. If they never went out on the date, they never kissed, they never held hands, nothing. No romance, nothing. They could have literally exchanged numbers over a Teams message, over an email. He knew who she was. He knew how she looked. She never needed to spend that money to fly out to the UK. They literally could have met on Twitter X and said, hey, give me your number. Here's my number, blah, 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 and kept living. And then talked to each other over the phone. And for 18 days, decided, best way to get to know each other is to never go out on a date. And he still would have proposed to her. You end up with the same result. So all that she did to get out there was null and void. All that money wasted. Candace, you should be paying back that money to TPUSA for them flight tickets. You can't make
It looked beautiful to me. No. He met her. He was the perfect new product and he went for it. So please, that is my thoughts. Guys, after all of this, let me know in the comment section. Share this video. Share this video. I would like Candace Owens to come and explain to us how her husband was in the chaotic Bullingdon club while being in Catholic school studying theology. And she's here preaching about God and claiming that she is this godly woman. She and her husband are this godly couple. But her husband is one of the biggest. You can see their main aim.
Hypocrites. He's a hypocrite. And Candace is an alien. An Ewok of the Umatardian species. You can make
is to discredit everything from the media to the government. I'm not saying that these people are people that don't tell lies. They do tell lies, but we have seen evidently that Candace Owens tells lies as well. She tells you a lie, the next second she is back to another horse. She's riding it into the sunset and she doesn't give a care because she has been programmed to be a mouthpiece for chaos. Nothing else matters. As long as there's chaos, Candace Owens will be riding, and George Farmer will be in the background catching and laughing all the way into the Bullingdon Club Echo Book. Now, until next time, guys, let me know what you think about this in the comment section. In the next video, we're going to look into other allegations that have come up on George Farmer. Allegations that he might not be playing in the team Candace Owens was hoping he plays in. And we have seen a couple of individuals come online to say a few things, but I think I want to dig deep to be sure what is going on here. What is going on here? I just find it suspicious. I'm being Candace Owens right now. I find it suspicious. Yeah. That somebody will come online, will not look for another man in the world to accuse of being the one who is loving on, who was doing things like that. It is your husband they decided to pick.
Yep.
Suspicious.
Of all the people.
Okay.
Because the young man could have said any one of these guys tried to, essay him and make a move on. Nope. He said George Farmer. Yeah. This weird alien number 2 right here. Of all the people, it's George Farmer. Yeah, it's very suspicious, Candace. I find it a little bit weird. It's, suspicious. I don't know. It just doesn't sit well with me. Because, I pee and poop out of my ears. You know, I'm an alien. I don't know if you all knew that, but I find this very weird. You know, we're just asking questions. We're just asking questions here because none of this seems right to me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to say it. It's not right. None of this is right at all. I do believe that Candace Owens is lying. Candace Owens is lying about how she met George Farmer. And, you know, she's going along with the hustle. He's got $244 million. I mean, seriously, you can't knock the hustle, but Candace, stop lying about it. Can't make this up. Oh, y'all, this is something else.
Nothing is adding up, and we have to find out. Until next time. Bye.
Oh, this is good. Let's see. I think I have this clown here.
He'd also been elected to Oxford's most secretive elite group.
Look at this.
The notorious Bullingdon Club. The all-male dining society's members included David Cameron, who has long wanted this photo to disappear. Members of the Buller feel bound by strict vows of omerta and normally refuse to speak publicly about the club.
Ah, yes. I congratulate you on defying the censors and bringing this appalling image once again before public view.
Why is he appalled by this? He's not proud of this. You know, his hair has not changed in 40 years. Boris Johnson, you walking clown. You should be proud of this, right? Why join a club you're going to be ashamed of being in? You know, this is crazy to me. They join this club and then they get mad at it. And it's like, oh, I can't believe you felt this. I can't believe you were in this club. Y'all. And then his socks are short. Like, it didn't even go up the leg. Either Boris Johnson's pants are too short or he has on short socks. Why aren't your socks going up your leg?
It is a truly shameful vignette of almost superhuman undergraduate arrogance and toffishness and twittishness, I suppose. But, you know, it was great fun at the time. Or was it? Actually, the awful truth about all that business was you kind of felt very, you know, posh, and you felt it was wonderful to be going around swanking this up. But actually, I remember the dinners being incredibly, you know, drunken and you know,
ending up with smashing up restaurants.
Well, yes, and the abiding feeling was of deep self-loathing, and you know what
is wrong with him? Is he not still doing that now? Self-loathing and biting and, you know, posh. Like, you can't make this up.
I've talked to a number of the people in the photograph, and they say that when they see you these days, you go up to them and say, "Bulla, bulla, bulla."
Right. Do they?
Yes, they do.
It may be that I do in a satirical way.
Oh,
so that one of the initiation.
Yo, this is something else. So this is another video here that I want to check out right quick. It's 15 minutes long on how George uses the Bullingdon playbook in Candace Owens to cause chaos or something like that. I know it's not what we just, I think it was part 4 of what we just saw. Boris Johnson, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now you want to pretend like you're not in this boys club. I seem to be so proud of it. You can't make this up.
Processes for getting into that club is burning a £50 note.
Rothschild, Nathaniel Rothschild. Mr. Rothschild.
We are going to play all of those videos. I had to dig deep into the internal part of the internet to find all of this for you all. You are not going to believe it. George Farmer is not as innocent as many people would like it. He is chaotic, even maybe more chaotic than his.
He's pictured as number 8 with a collection of dead birds. George, they might as well be chickens. George, why are you taking photos with dead birds? You see how weird this is? This is how weird they think. This is like fun for them. They're in tuxedos with different colored vests, taking photos in front of dead birds. This is so gross. They really thought this was, oh yeah, this is, our pastime. Caleb says, sorry, it's not the 80s anymore. Update your hairstyle. You can't make this up. Oh man, how's Michael even supporting what she's doing? Who knows? Stacy says, I just always have this feeling that Candace Owens wants to be the Beyonce. So I find it interesting that Matthew knows is her child's godfather. She would rather be a singer, but she can't sing. Candace, the only thing you know how to do is stare at a camera. That's it. Half the time we have no idea what you're even saying. She might as well just learn a new language. You can't make this up, talking about midget horses and ponies. Oh man, yeah, she tried to be in a rap video, remember? She thought she was gonna blow up being in a rap video of a rap artist. I still don't know the name of. Who was the rap artist? I don't even remember the guy, the rap artist. Y'all, Candace was in a rap video with an unknown name. No name rap artist. I don't even remember the song. I haven't seen many pics of the kids. Me either. She keeps the kids under wraps. But yet, wants to put out everybody else. Yeah, this is something else. Yeah, that's true. But I like Prince's hairstyles. Other 80s styles need to stay in the 80s. Exactly. Matthew knows that Candace Owens were co-workers. Now, that's interesting. I still think she wants to be Beyonce. She definitely wants Beyonce's money. Walmart Rihanna. Oh, man. Oh, Walmart Rihanna. Yeah, Candace is surrounded by gay family members. Never seen the kids. Yeah, I don't even know how. I think one of the little boys she did a photo of, but that was about it. She doesn't put her kids out there, but she want to put everybody else's kids out there. On that social autopsy website, Candace, where you try to dox people.
Wife actually is.
Like having it kept secret.
But what I find interesting is that clearly these people go back a long way. They were educated at school together because they were all at Eton. They all then went to the same college in Oxford, and now they're all running the government.
Wow,
and it seems that they've got the judicial system and the police in the back pocket of some of that establishment if there are people going to court and they're not necessarily,
The police will let them go after a night where they smash a restaurant up. A couple of years ago, a restaurant owner wanted to have the group charged, and the police refused to do it. This was back in 2004. Yeah, effectively, it's not even so much what they do, but the fact that they always get away with it.
Yeah, so I mean, it's almost taken as read the drugs, I suppose. But
they created this club, and allegedly they were claiming that this club is a club where they can go and play cricket, do some other fun games like horse racing. But according to many accounts, many of them don't even care about cricket or horse racing. They show up there for the elaborate banquets and for the destruction of property, which they go out and eventually do, and for gathering blackmail on one another, keeping it for future use, or maybe talking to the future ones for help on all their crimes because they have all the police in their back pocket.
In one case, the most recent match register just has Bullingdon gave up the match after a couple of overs. So cricket club was kind of a veneer to give some sort of respectability to it.
It certainly doesn't sound like a dream team to run the country, does it?
No, not particularly. And I think that's one of the things that often comes in for criticism with the club is that getting into the club is almost entirely dependent on wealth, particularly landed wealth. You don't have to be particularly intelligent or socially savvy or anything to get into the Bullingdon Club. It is basically just the richest of the rich.
Wow. That kind of goes against that whole elitist mentality. Where they think they're relatable. George, go figure. You didn't even need to be intelligent to get into this. So why go to school? You can't make this up. They can join this club based on their wealth and how old their money is. Money that's passed down from generation to generation to generation to generation. You don't need to be intelligent or anything. And all they did was smash around restaurants. Did they ever get sued for this stuff here? Because that's a lot of property to be destroyed. George, if you're going to be here in the United States of America, you're going to have to follow our laws when it comes to our restaurants and our property. You don't get to destroy property and get away with it. They had police officers in their back pocket, not even willing to charge them with a crime. That is the epitome of an elitist. Money, power, their wealth, what they can get away with is crazy. Candace, you really want us to believe that y'all just so happen to meet by chance because you bought an airline ticket? Girl, bye, Felicia.
Well, in most of the videos I posted regarding George Farmer, so many people asked me, and rightly so, he is called a genius. Why is he called a genius? What makes him a genius? And that is a question many people cannot answer. But if you can look at this, you can tell them this is a club where when you enter, they can fix your reputation and call you the best things in the world. You don't have to be a genius. It will be made so much that everything written about you will say you're a genius so much that people start to believe it. It's the same thing his wife was saying on a podcast, calling people like Elon Musk, Mr. Beast out for claiming they are these huge people. Meanwhile, they are probably given to us by the military industrial complex. And when you start looking into her own husband, you start wondering, is her husband actually a genius or just someone that was given to us as a genius by the Bullingdon industrial complex?
Yeah, no, he's not a genius at all. George, how many times do you go into your closet and you start singing, it's raining men, hallelujah, it's raining men, hey, 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 I'm gonna go out, it's raining men, hallelujah. Then y'all can imagine George wearing like a pink tutu or something like that, like a ballerina. And he does this in his closet for like 15 minutes. He's got to make sure the kids don't see it.
That is a very good question because when you look into his patch, it is looking more and more sketchy.
I mean, is it fair to say that as part of your Bullingdon Club membership, you're rewarded for doing as much damage as possible, and it's a kind of way of institutionalizing bad behavior?
Well, one of the common allegations that is made is that these people, when they do all these things when they're younger, yes, not only are they encouraged, one of the guys told me that they kind of made a fetish out of doing as much damage as possible. But it's also that if you're a group of 10 very wealthy people who are going to probably go on to very important things in society, everyone's got dirt on each other. It means that everyone will stick together later in life because they all have the dirt. They all have the dirt on each other. They effectively all have some form of influence, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. But I mean, it's also a bit worrying, is that they might start doing the same sort of damage to the country and to us.
Yeah. Well, that, I think, probably outside of my expertise, but there are it's not difficult to draw parallels.
I'll tell you what, I'll at this point, Nick, I'll bring in old Labour Oxford economist Martin Summers. I mean, Martin's an old Oxford student, not the same college. I mean, which college did you go to, Martin?
I went to St Catherine's College. Charwell Polytechnic, as some of the posher colleges used to refer to.
I mean, Nick. And these are not the only problems. Allegedly, there are even incidences where someone or some people might have lost their lives. There is an incident here which they are going to talk about, and pay attention. This is not just a couple of rich children destroying things because they feel like it and doing other things. This is a gang of individuals who think because of the money they have, the privilege they have, they can get away with anything.
That's what Candace thinks.
Nick, also, what about deaths? Because there's been some deaths associated with the Bullingdon Club, some quite nasty ones, haven't there? And also, I mean, drug taking, it seems a little bit tame compared to...
Drug taking? Candace. George Farmer has been in a club where there have been some deaths and drug taking. And you want us to believe that God somehow mysteriously brought you two together? Bonquisha. Correct is wick, okay? There is no way these two just met by coincidence. No way. Candace, if you tried to hustle, of all people on earth, why George Farmer? You can't make this up.
Talking about the people that have died.
So one story that I found that is all on record, has been through the courts actually, was in 1977, where a couple of guys, and one of them in particular, the driver, were in the Bullingdon club at the time and were apparently, according to a source I have, coming back from one of their dinners. And effectively, the guy, now I have to make perfectly clear here that he was not convicted of drunk driving. He was convicted of dangerous driving causing death after quite a long trial. Now you can see a nice photo of him in the Bullingdon club from that exact year. Gets up with a fine and a driving ban, effectively. Now, he crashed into a car and he killed 4 other people, one of which was a Chelsea footballer, quite a well-known guy called Peter Houseman. Now, as for why this has never come out, I'm not entirely sure. Either people have kind of kept the omerta about it, or because it was about 10 years before Cameron or Osborne were involved, it's never been directly linked to them. I thought what that showed a bit more is that a lot of these people will do whatever kind of damage to property it is or damage to life, but they almost never suffer any sort of consequences for it, if that makes sense.
In order to have dirt on each other so that then they can possibly be...
A person died because they rode in a car with one of these clowns that were out dangerously driving. Probably drunk, but dangerously driving either way. And he was convicted of it. Candace, this is what you meant. Is that Candace over here? You can't make this up. This is absolutely insane.
Blackmailed in the future, or they'll keep quiet, as we were hearing the mafia omerta sign. But what when these people are let leash on a country, on an economy?
Well, I mean, I think you can compare them to something like the Skull and Bones Society at Yale and Harvard in the US. These elite kind of clubs for the super wealthy, where they basically do things which leads to them having dirt on each other, etc. And of course, the Bullingdon Club is not entirely Tory, but pretty much so. I mean, certainly, correct me if I'm wrong, Nick, but you have to go to Eton to be in the Bullingdon Club, do you not? Perhaps you could enlighten me there. I always presumed
the majority of people come from Eton, not exclusively, probably about 70 odd percent do. George Osborne went to St Paul's, and not everyone goes to Eton, but it definitely helps.
This is crazy.
Candace Owens is in the streets talking and singing about people who are linked to the Rothschilds, people who are linked to the Beers and very suspicious families, and people who are linked to royalty and things like that, to people who are linked to elites and even Nats or Yahtzees. I'm trying to be careful. In Yahtzees. But then her husband was in a club with individuals who have been linked to all of those things and more. Please, if you think I'm joking, here's another clip.
Well, let's look at some of those. There's Lord Halifax, during World War II, was the guy who was seen as the most Nazi British lord, who Rudolf Hess went to try and meet up with in 1941. There's also more modern version of the Bullingdon Club, the Dukes of Norfolk, Northumberland, Westminster, Roxburgh and Buccleuch. Now, I noticed also that the Duke of Buccleuch back in the Second World War was close to King George VI as the Lord Steward of the royal household, but he accompanied Lord Brocket to celebrate Hitler's 50th birthday. It was a matter of personal delight to Hitler that the Duke, a man who served in the very court of Britain's royal family, was there. And Buccleuch was opposed to any war with the Nazis. When it did break out in 1939, he joined something called the Peace Aims Group to try and urge a truce with Germany, letting Hitler keep all the lands he'd stolen in Europe. So you've got some interesting characters here. More modern one, Rupert Soames and the Rothschilds family. Jacob Rothschild is apparently worth $7 billion, although a chap called Kevin Carr, who we have on.
Candace, why do you marry that Rothschild if you're going for money? What? $7 billion? That was nuts. Candace, it sounds like you married the broke version of that. Can't make this up. Yeah, I'm not gonna say 244 million is, not a nice bit of change when you're not balling at all, but somebody's worth 7 billion. Candace, you should have sent the email to that one.
The show quite regularly, Nick, who used to work for the Sunday Times Rich List, would probably disagree. I mean, this really is a pretty impressive list of people, including names like von Bismarck and as you said, Cecil Rhodes.
Yeah. Some other interesting people, for instance, one is Nicky Oppenheimer, who used to be chair of De Beers, the mining group that was set up by Cecil Rhodes. It's not just Tories as well. There's a UKIP figure, quite a senior UKIP figure, Stuart Wheeler, who was treasurer of the party until 2014, used to be a large Tory donor, donated quite a lot directly to UKIP, so there's that influence there as well. It's far from just the Tories. Lord Longford, who was a Labour peer until very recently, was in the club in 1925. It's really quite a staggering list. I'm sure others will come to me. Tom Lawson, who was son of Chancellor Nigel Lawson. I did a piece for Byline on what happened there. In 2000, the club got effectively smashed up a marquee, and it took 30 cops to shut that particular party down. Now, this is all verified. It's been reported on. That was reported on in Parliament at the time, except Bullingdon Club.
Yeah, 30 cops is a raid. Okay, I'm just saying. You take 30 cops to shut down one party. How do all of these cops have this much free time to go to this one party, as if crime is not being committed anywhere else? No, they got to go to this party and shut it down. And none of them got arrested. 30 cops and no one got arrested. So the cops are incompetent as well. You can't make this up.
Not that much was known about it then. It never really got that much traction.
Okay, what about stories about the Prime Minister, though, David Cameron? And have there been denials? And have you managed to get to the bottom of any of them?
So there's the one story that everyone knows, that has been commonly reported by about Cameron, is how a bunch of them all spent the night in a cell. This was in 1987. Boris was there as well. However, I've managed to get accounts from the time, and Cameron has always denied he was there. Now, that's not true at all. Cameron definitely was there. What happened is they smashed a restaurant window. The police were called. They got chased down into the botanical gardens of Oxford,
And some people might be thinking that, he was still a young boy, he stopped it. Listen, there is evidence proving that these people don't tend to leave these things. There are evidence showing that these people tend to meet up with each other again years after. They have some kind of blackmail on each other, and they tend to hold each other to account. And when they need any favors from each other, they tend to call or knock on.
Yeah, because none of them want to face accountability. Isn't that right, George Farmer? You know why you won't address these allegations from another grown man that said that you tried to essay him? He wants to dodge that forever. George, just come out of the closet.
Each other's doors and say, hey, this is what I need from you, and you have to do it. And you have to understand, this is no ordinary club.
Bones in the United States is that it's not just something that happens at Oxford and a bit of fun that then gets forgotten about, Nick. Because I know you've put together some evidence that the Bullingdon Club people regularly meet up, actually, after they've long left Oxford.
Yes. So
is that international travel that Candace was talking about? Why she couldn't go to Phoenix, because she said George has people coming in from international, from other countries. Is that the Bullingdon Club? Is that the international friends coming in, Candace? Sounds like the people that George had coming in, which somehow prevented you from flying out to Phoenix to go confront Erica Kirk face to face. We're all in this Bullingdon Club. We're just gonna, make that assumption in the absence of evidence.
And I don't want to. I'm not going to say how I know this, but I know.
Oh my God.
at least 2 occasions, one of which has been reported was reported, I think, in the Diary of the Standard about 7 years ago, where they all met up to do, this was just when Boris was first running for mayor, so a little bit longer. And about 6 of them from the same club met up to do a fundraiser for them. I also know that they often, or at least once in the last couple of years, had a reunion dinner at the house of one of the guys who was in Cameron and Boris's club, and Cameron and Boris were all there for it. Now, you can say, okay, well, they're just catching up with university friends, but when you have people for that same club, you know, writing about them in national newspapers favourably, or you have Cameron, in one case, appointed one of the guys who was in the Bullingdon club with to oversee a panel on state school spending. It's difficult to say they're just catching up with old friends when it's clear that actually in some cases they may be having influence on policy.
Now, Nick, whereabouts can people follow your work?
Anything about the club, any of its traditions, any of its history, anything like that. And so I decided, well, something needs to be done about that. So I decided to really, really try and dig as deep into the club, all its histories, all its traditions, but not just that, to work out the links between what people in the club were like then and what they're doing now. And if you can see, and one of the points I try and make is that a lot of what happens with the Bullingdon Club isn't just sort of useful indiscretions. These people go on to maintain the connections they made in the Bullingdon Club 20, 30 years later when they're in high positions in journalism, politics, wherever, financial institutions, list goes on.
Wow. George, you got some explaining to do. And then he brings his little happy ass over here to the United States of America. George, we're not in the mood, okay? You're smashing restaurants. A person died. You're causing property damage. We're just not in the mood. You can't make this up. So how many of you still believe that Candace Owens and George Farmer just coincidentally met? And it was not planned at all. Like they didn't plan on just getting married and, you know, being engaged after 18 days of knowing each other. Yeah, all of that is a big coincidence. Y'all still believe that? Because I don't. Candace, you lie like hell anyway, girl. Is this why she couldn't go to Phoenix? Because they had a reunion dinner? Oh, good God in heaven. You can't make this stuff up. They sound like some horrible people. They just seem to be a menace. And then it costs the life of someone. This is absolutely insane. All right, y'all. We can check out a little bit of her episode from the night because I think I got the gist of it from yesterday where she was just trying to go in on Ben Shapiro. Oh, man. So if you guys want to check out her episode from the night, put a 1 in the chat. If not, you know, let me know. I'm just feeling the room right now. Oh, God. I see the past prologue why Charlie Kirk was murdered. Why he was murdered? Candace. Oh, y'all. How many of you all saw her episode from the night? Oh, Jude said, let's get to it. Let's watch it. Maybe Candace was supposed to help George up the ladder in TPUSA. Is that maybe so? He was a chairman of TPUK. Maybe Candace and George are trying to take over TPUSA now. That's why they have their bots and sock puppets and the Candy ass cult members just dogging out Erica Kirk at TPUSA. Maybe they think that they'll be able to make a transition to taking over. Because I don't understand, Candace. It's weird that you want to obsess over this. You know, your obsession of TPUSA is disturbing. Your obsession over someone else's husband who was murdered on national television. It's disturbing to the mind, body, and spirit, Candace. 3 things you still can't comprehend. It's something else. So, oh man, let's get to it. All right, y'all. So here's our episode from tonight, and I'm gonna speed this up. Candace, you're a clown. You're still sitting here talking about why he was murdered. You won't even say who pulled the trigger on the gun. She said, did she not, that she would be able to research who pulled the trigger on the gun because she doesn't believe it's Tyler Robinson. So if that be the case, Candace, who pulled the trigger on the gun? Who put the trigger on the gun? You can't make this up. All right, y'all. We're going to get into this. Put the captions on because I have to see what she's saying because sometimes it's so dumb, Candace. Still won't tell us who pulled the trigger on the gun. They're still asking the same question they've been asking since September 10th. Oh, my good Lord. All right, y'all, let's get to it. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Hit the like button. Shout out to all of you all in the chat. I appreciate you guys. We're learning a little bit more about George Farmer, who needs to just come on out the closet. And see that it's you know, it's the vibe check. It doesn't pass the vibes check, Candace. You and George Farmer do not pass that vibes check. You just don't. Okay, put a one in the chat where you can see it here. Let's go.
You guys, happy Thursday. Sorry, I am running late. I was just doing so much research. I have so much to tell you all today. So we have to jump right into this because I actually have a horror story for you, an actual real life horror story for you.
Yeah.
Someone called me last night and told me a very strange story about what happened to her back in the 90s at an evangelical university. But first, we have to revisit Brian Harpole's story.
Candace, you're going to introduce a whole new character into this. Is she's going to get a fundraising site as well? Yeah, if this girl, whoever this person is, gets a fundraising website, I'm going to create a GoFundMe. Just because. Yeah, perhaps it'll be, you know, money to take my kids to Universal Studios for spring break. Who knows? Who knows? You know.
About how far in advance they typically plan security. Because someone has leaked to me another glaring oddity in this security protocol. Let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace.
She is just ridiculous. You can't make this stuff up. She won't watch security camera footage.
You know what I think? I think that whoever made the decision for Brian Harpole to sit down with Sean Ryan made a terrible mistake. Big PR mistake, PR nightmare. That's kind of been the story here. One long bad PR decision after the next. Because the issue is Brian said too much. The internet is meticulous. The internet is clocking them every sentence. It's really easy to catch people in inconsistencies and then to keep replaying what they said about certain things, especially when they don't add up. So I would like to gently remind you all back at home what Brian Harpole said about what typical preparations entail for Charlie Kirk events. Take a listen.
Let's move into the threat assessment and the pre-planning for the event.
Absolutely.
How many days prior were you guys there?
We generally, the permitting process and all that goes on behind the scenes. And then there's a questionnaires that are filled out that we used to, there was a lot of busy work. And then so, you know, kind of like in the military, what you did, we create forums that, hey, let's get this information up front.
Candace, hopefully Brian Harpole sues the hell out of you. And then there's a lot more you can find out in the discovery phase. You know, that phase you never want to get to in lawsuits.
And so that we have a duplication process so that we can confirm it. And so we started our first, before that one, the 24th of the month prior. And so, and that was with the hard conversations, meetings.
You started that on the 24th?
Mm-hmm. Right. And we do 2 weeks at least. No, well, it started before that with the intelligence gathering and all that. But the hard conversations, the sharing of information, the conference calls, the data sheets, and we put that in a timeline on an app so that this all goes up and every guy that's on that job can see all the intel that comes in. It's a decentralized command model for the company. And so anybody can make command decisions for the betterment of the client or the team. And so everything goes on that app. And so when I get it, they get it. And when whoever's gathering that intel, it gets it. There's no hold, there's no power hold on it. And so that first information came in on the 24th, and then the information share starts where we're walking through, you know, everything that you need for a detail.
Everything that you need for a detail. Obviously, elsewhere in the interview, he describes this conversation that he had with the chief of police. He's upset about the chief of police not covering the rooftops because he feels that his team was on it. So on it. You're coordinating with the whole police departments. You're discussing drones. Drones were not allowed. And so they just had to let that go. Well, interestingly enough, I received a tip from someone that was directly involved with...
Name the person you got the tip from, you thunkhead. You never give names. You never provide evidence. You just say, I got this tip. I got this. This person emailed me. This person called me. Somehow the devil whispered this in my ear. Like, she says all these things. And then she never gives us the names or emails or anything. But anyone else, she'll dox them in 2 seconds and not even think twice. Candace, who told you this tip? We don't have time for you to keep telling us how you keep speaking with the devil. You bride of Chucky.
The planning of an event that Charlie Kirk was supposed to attend the following day, on September 11th, the day after his assassination. Charlie was slated to speak in Woodland Park, Colorado, at the Charise Bible College. Okay, so that's in Woodland Park, Colorado. He was slated to speak there. And according to this person, after Charlie got assassinated, there was a bit of a panicked meeting that took place, which was headed by the chief of police. They decided to transform this event into a vigil, and they were panicked because, believe it or not, they had absolutely no security plan in place. They thought, how odd. We don't have a security plan in place. Now we better consider this, and we need to make sure that we have police officer involvement. Why didn't Dan Flood and Brian Harpole and Turning Point USA's security have any coordination with the police departments up in Colorado? If this is what
makes you think they didn't? First of all, they don't dictate what local police authority do, period. Candace, just like you going to Dollywood, where the hell was your security at? You took a photo with a perfect stranger. Y'all remember that? She went to Dollywood after alleging that French people are trying to assassinate her. That the French president and the first lady were trying to take her out. Then she goes to Dollywood, which is now permanently closed, by the way, abruptly. You know, because Candace, we can just ask you questions about that all day. Did you have anything to do with Dollywood closing permanently? You know, we're all finding that a bit odd and suspicious, how you go there. You took a photo with a strange young lady, someone you never met or knew. And then you don't have any security around at all. And you're claiming someone is trying to assassinate you. It wasn't just a claim. She tried to purport it as a fact, which is why her dumbass is still being sued. But not one security detail in your photo. Not even a little bit. Not even in the background. And yet, Hollywood then closes a couple weeks later. You know, we should all kind of dive into that a little bit. You know, because Candace, I believe you had something to do with Dollywood closing permanently.
They normally do. And, you know, the way he over describes that, and they get the plan, and everybody can access and start to begin to speak. And then we speak to the police. I mean, we do all this stuff.
You know, blah,
we
blah,
just didn't
blah.
have anything to do that for the event that he had the next day.
You
no
idiot.
Police officer involvement scheduled, nothing. Suddenly they're panicked because they realize they don't have anything scheduled. Yeah. So the police chief apparently decided to take measures himself to make sure that the vigil went off without a hitch. That's what I mean when you lie a lot and when you're planning things you're not supposed to be planning, you don't think through every detail. Yeah,
yeah, just like you are lying about someone trying to assassinate you and you don't think about having security. And then you go and take photos with perfect strangers you don't know at an open theme park that is now permanently closed. You know, it's so funny how this happens, Candace, because, you know, you lie like hell, you pathological liar. You know how that those lies just add up to become mountain-sized lies. Where are the receipts of these transactions going through Club Descent? Where's that text message you sent to that FBI agent? You know, that high-ranking one that you still won't name? How about you show any evidence or proof that some high-ranking French government employee contacted you and said, these payments are coming from the French president, Emmanuel Macron, how convenient, through Club Descent. You know, when are you going to show evidence of that? Isn't the Bullingdon Club like the UK version of Club Descent? Yeah, it is.
And the next day, if you expected Charlie to make it to September 11th, you would have been communicating about what he was doing. up at the Therese Bible College. Anyways, moving on to other news, I want to show you this working Excel sheet that I quickly put together today. So it is by no means perfect, but I was telling you that throughout this investigation, I have noticed some recurring themes that have come up. Didn't really know what all this means. I still don't know what all of it means.
Yeah, she still can't even tell us, what the hell an Egyptian plane has anything to do with anything. Blue or yellow. I don't care. Pick a color. Candace is like the Hamburglar. It's just there to be laughed at, but then you don't take it seriously. And then when the Hamburglar speaks, it's like a foreign language, like Ewok. Candace, we all know you're an alien. The issue is that you're not trying to assimilate. God.
And I wanted to start jotting this down and putting it together so that it looks clean. And we can just add another name every time a name comes up in any of these categories. So this isn't how you're really supposed to use Microsoft Excel, but it's how I'm using it so that it looks neat. If you just look over here at the columns, these 4 themes that I'm identifying, and I'm going to add more. Liberty University, Eastern.
Microsoft Excel should sue you, Candace, for just butchering this software program. Why are you typing stuff up? She said this is not how you're supposed to use it for. You're damn right. You put a formula in there and it's going to throw her off. Candace, what's 4 times 3? If you say midget horse, I'm going to pop you in the mouth.
In Europe, trafficking and child sex abuse. And then in that final column, military. These are just themes that I recognize keep coming up. So Liberty University, very quickly going through this, Tyler Boyer attended and he graduated. Erica Kirk attended and she graduated. Cabot Phillips attended and he graduated. Mikey McCoy was accepted into Liberty University, but then he...
Candace, are you jealous because Erica Kirk graduated from somewhere? We're still waiting on you to show proof of your 2 degrees, heifer. I'm sorry, Candace, where's the proof that you graduated from college? Where's that at? When are you going to show us a graduation video, you narcissist? Any opportunity for your cult members to bow down and worship the ground you walk on, wouldn't you take it? Wouldn't you show us, hey, I have 2 degrees from this school, whatever the name is? Perhaps we don't know, or she doesn't want to say, because it may not be on our planet. Maybe it's on her home planet because she's an alien. Candace, show us evidence of your 2 degrees. Stop hating on Erica Kirk for being educated.
Chose not to attend because he got the job at Turning Point USA instead, and he went direct there after high school. It should be noted that his father, Rob McCoy, met Charlie Kirk via Jerry Falwell Jr., who was the president of Liberty University until there was a sex scandal fallout. Andrew Colvett, I'll tell you what his connection is. Andrew Colvett was working PR for the Kairos company under Johnny Moore. Johnny Moore was the lead pastor at Liberty University prior to then leaving Liberty University to start the PR firm. And Johnny Moore is an important name for those of you who watched. Tucker Carlson had interviewed someone in the military. He was speaking about what was happening in Gaza, how children were literally starving, how children were being shot at for fun. Bizarrely, they decided that Johnny Moore, Reverend Johnny Moore, is it Reverend Johnny Moore? I don't know. He was somehow equipped to lead the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, and he gets this role.
Thank you, MJM, for clarifying that. So they closed for just seasonal purposes. I just want to make sure. Because what I read said it was a shutdown, but it could be a seasonal thing. I hope so. Dolly Parton would be very upset if it was permanent. I would be questioning that. Like, why Dolly Parton would be okay? She hasn't said anything about Dollywood shutting down. All right, let's get back to it.
Well, essentially, you're going to distribute your organization. You're going to be the head distributing the food
showing us how she
to the children of Palestine, the families of Palestine, and obviously we know how that went.
Candace, none of this has anything to do with anything.
And so he does a lot to say, I have no idea why he got this position. It seems remarkably corrupt. Anyways, I wanted to let you know who that Johnny Moore was. He was just running.
I just wanted you all to know the judge is going to order Candace Owens to a psyche eval because this girl is certifiably lost whatever 2 Tootsie Rolls she had in her skull. They're gone. It popped out of her ears.
PR. He's a PR guy like Andrew Colvett, who was under him. And then Andrew Colvett leaves Kairos and decides to mint his own PR firm that's really just around Charlie Kirk, really, as his only client. I believe that's his only client.
Hey, Amy.
Turning Point USA. Then you have the Falkirk Center, and put that in the same category. In case you don't know this, what happened was Jerry Falwell Jr. and Charlie Kirk decided to come together to establish the Falkirk Center. This was actually Turning Point USA, the precursor to Turning Point USA, right? So he meets Rob McCoy. They start discussing putting this together, the Falkirk Center.
Candace only worked for TPUSA for 19 months. And she literally wants people to think that she created it.
And then Jerry Falwell has this huge sex scandal. He's forced to step down. It's like this pool boy scandal. He's forced to step down from Liberty University.
George Farmer.
And now this project, they go, we can't go forward with this. This is hugely embarrassing to the university. This is now going to be a relic. By the way, at that time, Erica Feransky, because her and Charlie were not yet married, they were dating. She became a Falkirk Fellow. They were kind of hitting the road together and working to make the Falkirk Center a thing. And so what happened after it fell apart was that they decided to instead create Turning Point Faith. That's important for you to know that. This origin in Liberty.
No, it's not. Candace, what's important for us to know is whether or not George Farmer tried to force himself upon another grown man. And why haven't you made him a sandwich?
University, because I'm going to tell you more in a bit. Now, regarding Eastern Europe, remember that plane that sort of mysteriously people thought it turned off its transponder? They issued a statement saying they didn't turn off their transponder. It flew from...
Yeah, because Candace has no idea what a transponder really is, or a black box, or anything like that.
Provo, Utah, into Arizona. And then he said, we were just picking people up. Well, I'm putting that under because in investigating that, I determined that, oh, interesting. They were formally registered. That plane, pardon me, was formally registered in Romania back in 2013. The tail number was then YRNVY. Almost looks like Navy there. YRNVY.
Candace is trying to admit she was wrong about stuff. Candace, you're wrong about a lot. Are you going to tell us if George Farmer touched this other grown man allegedly?
And then in 2015, so from 2013 to 2015, that plane was registered in Romania. Interesting. Okay. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. I'm just telling you that this is when these things have come up. Obviously, we know that Erica Kirk began the Romanian Angels Project in late 2012, early 2013, through to 2015. And obviously, you have seen all the TikToks describing the scandal. And to explain that to you, just to kind of separate the myth from the facts of this, I'll tell you what the facts are. The facts are that Lori Fransby established the Everyday Heroes Foundation, which was supposed to help children in need. That was established in Arizona under Erica's mother's name, Lori Fransby. What they decided to do, as charities do, is that they develop certain projects and certain missions, and what spun out from Lori's charity.
Candace, no one cares about any of this crap. Can you remind us of that red crane on top of the building? You know, Optimus Prime was 2 seconds from sending a cease and desist letter against Candace Owens. I have a movie to do one day, you dumb heifer. Oh, God, y'all, the last Transformers movie was absolute garbage. I'm not even gonna lie.
It's the Romanian Angels Project, and they got this deal with the military. They worked with the military in Romania to help orphans, okay? Now, it is a fact that they worked with, at that time, Colonel Otto Buscher. Colonel Otto Buscher was then accused of running a brothel with young children, taking them onto military base for himself, his sexual needs. A woman filed in
Let's talk about George Farmer's sexual needs here. Candace, a grown man has alleged that George Farmer essayed him. Not a woman, a man. One that was born a man. Are you going to address that or what? We just have to fill in the gaps. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to fill in the gaps.
Romania, and said, this is what's actually happening. These children are going onto the base and they're being prostituted to military men. So it was not, there is no articles that say Erica Feransky or Lori were involved in this, but it is a fact that they were working on the Romanian project with Colonel Buscher. They thanked him. And then Colonel Buscher gets accused of running a Romanian brothel with Romanian children. Those are the facts of that.
Christ.
In 2011, Tyler Boyer also went to Romania to work with the Romanian government. I am still trying to determine exactly what he was doing with them.
Exactly.
I'll have more on that hopefully later. In 2013, Tyler Boyer posted a photo of himself with a Ukrainian orphan named Natalia. She doesn't, he says in the post, or his wife says in the post, current wife says in the post, that she doesn't speak English, Natalia. And he claims to be helping through an adoption agency program, helping her because he speaks Russian. I can show you that photo, actually. We have that photo somewhere, Skylar. Can we pull up that photo of that post? Do you have that? Great. Here we go. Just so you guys know we're making this up. This was posted by his wife. This is Natalia. She is 12 years old and she's an orphan from Ukraine. She's staying with my friend Aubrey and her family for the holidays through an adoption agency program.
Candace. Are you not gonna? So you're not gonna address your grown ass husband, a grown man, forcing himself upon another man allegedly? Because this is what's being alleged. These are real allegations. Are you going to address that? You should. The candy ass cult members, since they want to sit here and actually parrot your talking points about everything being fake and gay, you would think they would address that. That sounds so real and gay. You can't make this stuff up.
She does not speak English, so Tyler was able to go and talk with her in Russian for over an hour tonight. She was shy at first.
Good
By the
for
end of
him.
the visit,
He
she was
speaks
hugging him
multiple languages.
and asked him not to leave. It was a wonderful yet heartbreaking experience. All at the same time, it makes me so grateful for all that we have. Thank you to the OBS report for letting us be a part of Natalia's day. Okay.
And yet Candace won't even donate to a GoFundMe from another pathological liar she brought on her show. Candace, how much did you put in the pool for Mitch Snow to get $250,000? How much did you contribute to that? We would like to see a receipt of how much money you put into this Save Go Send, whatever it is, for Mitch Snow to get $250,000. You know what I can do with $10,000 right now?
Next, we have Turning Point USA, obviously working with Pastor Greg Laurie, despite Harvest Church being accused of trafficking children from Romania. Okay, sure. He says that's not true.
George Farmer's being accused of touching another grown man.
It's not what we were doing. People say, yeah, it's exactly what you were doing. We don't know. We don't have a verdict on that because that's happening currently. Andrew Colbett's brother, Curtis, is currently stationed in Romania as a lieutenant colonel. Tyler Boyer, who holds a degree in Russian studies and is fluent in Russian, which is similar to Astrid Tumenez, by the way, the president of UVU. She also holds a degree in Russian studies and is fluent in Russian. And I should mention, she's an orphaned child. Might be relevant, might not be relevant. Who knows? Rob McCoy, well, if you knew this, but he adopted a 12-year-old girl named Natalia. She now goes by Natasha from Russia around 2006. Okay, so I don't know. It's these are just facts. I'm delivering facts here.
You're not telling
Now,
us
regarding trafficking sex abuse, N88 KG, which is now currently owned by Derek and Shalane Maxfield, they run Sapria, which is a child abuse charity. They're helping children that have been abused, a sex abuse charity. And then I told you guys about
either Charlie Kirk had a good judge of character or he didn't. Candace, pick one. Just pick one. Because you're saying that he worked alongside these people to create these sectors and stuff. He worked alongside Andrew Colvett and, Jerry Falwell and Charlie Kirk's mission. You got all this stuff in here. Either he had a good judge of character or he didn't. What exactly is Candace's goal at this point when it comes to Charlie Kirk? We've already seen her try to single-handedly dismantle TPUSA, even though they should still sell Blexit. They should sell it like it's used car parts. Piece by piece. Sell it and then do it online, like in live auction, and say, this is all for charity. We're selling the hell out of Blexit. And laugh about it. And then let Daily Wire turn that into a satirical comedy video. Yeah, I think that should happen. They should definitely sell Blexit. And then laugh about it. Candace had tucked this company into the hole. Negative $1.72 million. Just in case you all didn't know that. Yeah, we took over it. And not even a thank you from that heifer. Shout out to the Lady Luck Club. You can't make this up.
Colonel Otto Buscher, who was accused of running a brothel with Romanian children from 2011 to 2015 at a Romanian military base in Romania, I should say. Not a Romanian military base, an American military base in Romania. And yes, he worked with Romanian angels during that time period. Civilian commander, stationed at Fort Huachuca, a civilian commander that was stationed at Fort Huachuca, David Frodsham, was charged with running a child sex abuse ring. That is true. TPUSA Faith works with Pastor Greg Laurie, as I told you. They are currently embroiled in a trafficking scandal. George Zinn was arrested, and then it was determined that he had pornographic images, that's our decoy boy, of children on his phone. And as I told you...
No, George Farmer is the decoy boy. Because Boys Club.
He told people at the hospital that he was treated at that he would be paid if he did this. Now, he didn't know where the money was coming from, but all he had to do was jump up and down and say, it was me, it was me. Andrew Piscadlo, you might remember that name because early on pictures were circulating of him and people thought that he could have been the shooter because he was wearing the suits and people thought he maybe had a weapon in his bag. It ended up being that he was photographing, he was taking pictures. He was a photographer, not hired by Turning Point USA. But he has rang the alarm before on military Ukrainian sex trafficking that is happening in the United States. If you go through his Instagram, he has said this is what's happening. Currently, they're trafficking children from Ukraine, and he did some investigation into that. So that came up when I was looking into him early on. Obviously, I've covered extensively Calvary Chapel Church, riddled with pastor abuse stories. I mean, it's a thing, okay? And then obviously we know Rob McCoy was trying to
Candace, you don't want to talk about the Catholic priest that have put their hands on little boys? Are you serious? Are we really doing this? Do we need to dive into the Catholic priest at Candace's church? You know, you do have a photo of him as your main profile pic on your Twitter X page. Yeah, we should just do a deep dive into her Catholic priest or whoever her pastor is. Oh, God. Girl, come on with this. She doesn't talk about George Zinn or the other guy the entire time until now. I mean, she brings it up. I know you listening, Heifer. But you still somehow want to divert away from Tyler Robinson not being the gunman. But you can't tell us who pulled the trigger because someone did. And you give us all this nonsense. And for what? Tell us, why did George Farmer allegedly put his hands on another grown man?
Rehabilitate somebody who actually went to prison, who said he found the Lord and decided to put him into homes with children via Calvary Chapel. There's a lot of rehabilitating people who have an issue with abusing children, I would say, at the Calvary Chapel Church. It's problematic. And I'm putting Glenn Beck and Tim Ballard's Operation Underground here. Actually, I learned about Operation Underground. That was introduced to me by Marissa Straight over at PragerU. She asked me to interview Tim Ballard before he had to step down from the charity, which was a child trafficking charity dedicated to rescuing children from being trafficked in war-torn areas. Glenn Beck was the initial investment, as the story was told to me when I was at PragerU, when I interviewed him. Obviously, we know Glenn Beck has interviewed Erica Kirk. We know Glenn Beck also, his children were there at UVU when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was one of the first people to speak out about that on the news on September 10th. And Tim Ballard's name strangely came up when we were looking into Phil Lyman. And we learned that he paid Tim Ballard a visit in the days following the assassination, which was just Tim Ballard's name coming up, which is interesting to me. Because I was like, oh, he runs also a child trafficking charity. It's a lot of that happening. And also I should mention Derek and Shalane Maxfield, who run this abuse charity. In their profile pictures, they were wearing an Operation Underground shirt. So people are very passionate, I would say, about trafficking and putting together organizations to stop.
We also are very passionate about Catholic priests not molesting children too.
Trafficking in this story. Now, in terms of our military connection, it is extensive. Like I said, this is by no means a definitive list. I put this together today. Andrew Colvette's brother and cousin are captains in the military. Curtis Colvette and Robert Colvette. Robert McCoy's father, Roy Edgar McCoy, ran psychological operations for naval intelligence to shape public perception. His son, Danny McCoy, is currently in the military. Yeah, he had a whole naval fleet named after him, actually. So top dog. We obviously know Eric.
Yeah, George Farmer is in the Bullingdon Club where he smashed restaurants. What are we doing with this, Candace? You don't bring up Andrew Tate. You know, the Luxters here are very observant. They bring up some great points. You don't bring up Andrew Tate or his brother at all. And yet you mention Romania, whatever's going on in Europe, and how people have these so-called PDF rings and do horrible things to women and young ladies and then want to sue everybody because they're being told on. And you don't bring up one Catholic priest that has been reported on for abusing kids. Are we really doing this? Yo, we're gonna report the hell out of your priest or whoever your bishop or whatever your pastor is.
Erica Kirk has been open about the fact that her mother and her father do defense-related military work. It's why she moved to Arizona in the first place, because they had contracts with the DoD, and we know that her father has worked with Raytheon. The Farnsworth family has extensive military connections. I will add more about that later, and we will cover that later because the Farnsworth family in general is important to the story. Dr. Frank Turek was a naval flight officer for 8 years. His son, Frank Turek III, is a deputy division chief, at the Joint Chief of Staffs in DC. His other son, Spencer, is an Air Force vet. He was on the phone with, I think he said both of his sons, FaceTiming with both of his sons. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's one of his sons he was FaceTiming with. The Hades military plane, which we haven't discussed too much, but I promise we will get there, inexplicably flew this route around UVU on the day of the...
Girl, Hades is going to cuss your ass out collectively. You understand? You don't want what Hades is going to bring back your way, girl. Listen, you heifer. You dumb heifer. You go after Haiti if you want to. They're going to have a whole lot coming back at you. Okay? You know, Egypt might just flat out ignore the hell out of you, but Haiti, they don't have time for that. About now, I thought we was on Egyptian planes. Now it's Haiti. Y'all should say Haiti.
The assassination just before and just after, which is interesting because that plane in particular has a lot to do with drones. Again, we'll get more into that in a future episode. And then, of course, the doctors. Dr. Lee Trotter did his residency on an Air Force base, and he also has his...
These are all her tips that came in her tip line. She just threw it out on a Microsoft Excel spreadsheet. In this table she constructed, where she knows Excel was not designed to do this. This is the ramblings of her tip line. Candace. Your Candy ass cult members, boy, they trolling the hell out of you. You can make
pilot's license. The Utah medical examiner, Dr. Deidre Amaro, is a major. At Butch Hibbs, we have Jack Hibbs, their father, Butch Sr., military background, and I suspect Butch Hibbs also perhaps is involved in the military himself. We are looking for something a bit more concrete on that. Now, I want to present that to you because I want to focus on building that so you can see these themes recurring. But today we're going to talk more about Liberty University because I received a very interesting set of tips about Liberty University.
Oh, God.
Literally yesterday, I was contacted by someone. Well, actually, I should say I spoke to someone yesterday. I was contacted by them many times via email, pleading for me to call. She was pleading for me to call her. It wasn't really clear to me as to why they're...
What's her name? Liberty. If it's that crazy lady, that crazy cat lady. What's her name? The village cat lady. If it's her, y'all get ready for this meth-induced trip story.
There seemed to be a panic. She was seemingly triggered by a video regarding Trump pageantry.
She was.
Okay? The video in question is not controversial, and she has no connection to the person in the video, which was Erica Kirk, simply discussing how she got involved with the Trump pageant world. Hence why I was not exactly seeing the big picture. She doesn't know Erica. She had nothing to say about how Erica knew Trump pageants, but her speaking...
But you won't bring up the fact that someone has made an allegation against George Farmer touching them, and they're both grown men.
About it was triggering for her. Anyways, after a lot of back forth, I decided to just call her. I had some time yesterday to see why Trump pageantry in general was so triggering to her. And she began to tell me a story that was quite unbelievable at first. Until
one of Candace's personalities is coming through. Which one is this one? It's not Bonquisha. Bonquisha is not this board. Bonquisha's like, no, I'm just here to cuss people out. It's got to be like the Valley High. Oh man, y'all name this personality. Which personality is this? Somebody. No, we can't do friends. Which personality is this? Are we listening to? I know, right? Trump is gonna cuss her out one day royally. You can't make this up. Oh my God. Which personality is coming through here? We got to give this personality a name. You know, there's some female now telling her this wild, crazy story that's somehow involving some pageants and Trump and Erica Kirk, because she's trying to connect all this stuff because of reasons. Experiment 626. Oh, man. Y'all, we got to get this personality. It's going to be Experiment 626. Heifer 626. Oh, that's a good one. Heifer 626. Yeah, I like that one. We'll work on it. Y'all think of some names of this personality here. I'm thinking Heifer 626. Y'all look at this freeze frame. Look how crazy this heifer looks right here. Heifer 6666. Heifer 666. You know, because the bride of Chucky is coming through. Candace, I get this aura. It's your aura, your demeanor of the bride of Chucky is coming through strong through this laptop. This pose is the epitome of the bride of Chucky that is realizing that her high is kicking full blown in. She's seeing magic horses, midget horses, My Little Pony, you know, all the little heart symbols. The colors are blending in. Yeah, all of that is coming together right now. And she's showing us I'm high as shit. The bride of Chucky vibes are coming through. Yeah. The judge is going to look at this and say, well, she needs a psyche eval. We got to get her one. She needs to cry on someone's couch 3 days a week for at least 1 hour each session. That's at least 3 hours a week of crying you need to be doing on somebody's couch, Candace. Girl, people say you've lost your mind. I say you never had one.
Did some research. This woman, whose identity I'm going to protect at this moment, was a young teenager in the 90s, and she had landed herself in a bit of trouble. She wound up with a probation officer, and she also got pregnant, and they essentially told her, hey, you know, you're either going to get your life together, sort of this ultimatum, we could send you to juvie, or you could go away, and we'll give you an opportunity here. There's this amazing new program that's being run out of Liberty.
Shout out to Francisco. We got a new name. We got a personality name, you all. We got to do it. Morticia Adams. Absolutely. Shout out to Francisca. Comment of the day. Morticia Adams. The booger version. Oh, Candace, you Morticia Adams. Look at that. Morticia Adams is coming through. Gets real dark and sinister, real black around the eyes. High on everything right now. She high on life, meth, speeds, uppers, downers. She's high. Mushrooms, opiates. You know, doggy poop. Candace probably sniffs up doggy poop. You can make this
University, which helps troubled teens, which you are a troubled teen. She was 13 at this time.
All right,
so obviously they made the decision for her to take the option. It's like when the judge says, hey, you can go to rehab or you can go to prison. Obviously, I'm going to go to rehab. So she chose to go down to Lynchburg, Virginia, while she was pregnant, to live in a house with other troubled girls who were being helped through a program that was known as the Godparent Program. It still is a thing today. Effectively, they help these young women on who are struggling with various other things, but particularly with her and the women that she was sharing rooms with, their pregnancy journey. And they offer to help place their children into adoptive Christian homes, should they choose not to keep their children. Sounds nice enough. That seems like, you know, the Christian spirit, pro-life, and don't have an abortion. Instead, we can have a home for your child to be raised in. But things got pretty weird after that. And I want you to listen to what she told me in this conversation, which I recorded. And yes, I have her permission to share this conversation. I'm sorry if this sounds, not too clear. We're trying to make it as clear as possible. And let's just roll it. It's going to be quite long, but it's very important. Take a listen.
When I got to the Liberty Godparent home, which is what took me in 94, they used to lock us in our room 24 hours a day. We were locked in our room. We weren't allowed visitors. We weren't allowed people at our home. I didn't have no visitors because I didn't have any family there, of course. And I'm shaking. I didn't have no family there, so I didn't have nobody. They used to take weird pictures of us.
How old were you?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
How old were you?
I had to be 13, 14.
Okay, and who took pictures?
79.
Who took pictures of you?
Senior. And then his face looked familiar, but he looked older now. And you're talking 30 years ago, you know.
Mm-hmm. But Jerry Falwell Sr. was the one actually taking the photos?
Yeah,
leading.
I remember him and his wife there, but
Candace, you're bad at this. You're still leading. You're leading. You're giving her the full name. No, you make her reiterate it until we get the full name. Candace, tell Savannah to stop playing on the phone. Y'all, does George Farmer have a sister? George, if you've got any of your relatives playing around on the phone with this badass performance here, where Candace is still leading with questions because she's not a journalist. She's not a journalist. No one says the full name. Like, you don't say, you believe this to be the person you saw, and then you put up the photo, and then they're like, yep, and that's it. No, that's not how that goes. You make them give a full description and make them present a photo or give them a lineup and then say, hey, pick the one. After they give a full description, after they at least express that they know who the hell they're talking about. This woman said Falwell, the senior, and she didn't even say the full name. Candace, you're bad at this. Morticia Adams. Black Morticia Adams. You can't make this up. So we're listening to what? George Farmer's sister, his mom. Somebody playing around on the phone. That's it.
Another thing weird about it is I never thought about like what happened the night
the mushrooms are kicking
in. The night, the morning I delivered my baby. Everything was weird. And I think about it now, it's all weird to me. But then
everything's weird. Everything's fake and get Candace. This could be you playing on the phone recorder, and then you're playing it back to yourself and reacting to it. Yeah, I mean, you know, what's stopping us from believing that two of Candace's personalities came out at the same time, and she just so happened to record them, and now she's playing them back to back. So you've got Black Morticia Adams. And you've got, let's see here, Hood Booger on the other end. That's hooked on phonics and mushrooms all at the same time. It's coming through. You know, the stench is strong up in here, Candace. This whole grift you're doing is so pathetic. It's not even funny. We cannot take this seriously. The only way to get through this is to believe that Candace Owens is playing two different characters at once. And she has a voice distortion device. She's manipulating her voice in the second one because that's how Candace talks. I'm Falwell, you know, the singer. Yeah, that's Candace speak.
I'm only 13, 14 years old.
Right.
I made mistakes. I mean, I totally turned my life around. I have 4
that's how
kids now,
Candace talks. I totally turned myself around.
But, you know.
Oh, how ironic. Candace has 4 kids too. Yeah, that's Candace playing on the phone. Candace, stop playing on the phone. Go to bed.
He looks familiar, but he looks older now. And you're talking 30 years ago, you know.
Mm-hmm. But like Jerry Falwell Sr. was the one actually taking the photos?
See how this?
Yeah, they. I remember him and his wife there. But another thing weird about it is I never thought about like what happened the night. In the morning I delivered my baby. Everything was weird. And I think about it now, it's all weird
baby
to
have
me.
to do it. Candace does that too. She blames everything on her pregnancies and the babies. You know, this is a pregnancy that made me lie like hell about somebody being born a man. Nope. That's just you lie like hell. You can't make this up.
But then it wasn't because I'm only 13, 14 years old.
Right.
I made mistakes. I mean, I totally turned my life around. I have 4 kids now, but 2 grandbabies, but you know,
Candace.
I want to go back to, so what was weird about that night that you gave birth?
Oh gosh, the night before. Okay, so they have a live-in mother, 24 hours.
Giving birth is hard enough. Why in the world is Hood Booger? This Candace's other personality here. It's the high drunk version. Candace, when you're married to George Farmer, anything is possible. Okay, we have the right to assume you and George are still doing mushrooms together.
I called there like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. This is what's weird. I called there right after I prayed. I called there because this video of Erica came up with Trump, and you have to get invited. And I was like, how in the world did I get invited? And to this day, I still don't know how in the world I got invited to that. And what pictures they had of me.
Interesting.
Now I'm mistaken again.
Okay.
Yes, oh my God, Haley. You said honestly, Haley. Shout out to you, honey. Candace reminds me of that movie Split, but like it's real life and we're all watching it in real time Oh my God, you're so on point with that one. That wasn't her who was at Dollywood. That was Patricia. Oh my God. Candace. It's the real life version of Split. That's such a beautiful analogy. That movie was so good. We're sorry, James. What's his name? Professor X, the young version. Our bad. We don't really want to have to compare Candace Owens, aka Black Morticia, to the iconic role of Split, but it just sums it up. Candace has at least 18 personalities coming through right now. You can't make this up. Candace, who the hell is this woman from 1994? This is supposed to be from 1994. This lady is recalling having a baby in 1994. Was Candace even born then? Can't make this up. Candace, stop playing on the phone.
Okay, so you had the baby, and what was weird about that night?
Okay, the night before like I said, they have house mothers, and I can't remember details, but I remember them doing, putting the probe on, listening to the heartbeat pretty much, and looking at, doing all
listen to this?
Okay, to this day, I've had, 4 other kids, plenty of ultrasounds, so I know what they were doing was funny to me because everything was fine that night, and then they moved.
Oh, she's had 5 kids. Y'all peep that? She said, to this, I've had 4 other children. How many kids does your other personality have in total, Candace? Can you ask Hood Booger to tell us exactly how many pregnancies have she had? Perhaps I'm asking the wrong question. Dear Hood Booger, please tell us how many pregnancies total have you had? You said you went on to have 4 other children, plus the one you gave birth to. That's 5 kids. This is so crazy.
Night before like I said, they have house mothers, and I can't remember details, but I remember them doing, putting the probe on, listening to the heartbeat pretty much, and looking at, doing ultrasound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to this day, I've had, 4 other kids, plenty of ultrasound.
See that? 4 other kids, plenty of ultrasound. So you've had 5 total. Hood Booger can't even keep up with how many kids she had. And Black Morticia is sitting here leading questions in. Because she thinks journalism is cute and fun, like TV.
So I know what they were doing was funny to me because
of course
everything was fine that night, and then they moved me, which was weird.
Fine for
14 room by myself.
Okay.
At that time, I had another girl with me. There's all these different girls there, and some of them don't even speak English. Okay.
How old are sorry, how many girls live in that house?
Back then there was about between 12 and 15 in one house, but you're talking anywhere from age 12 to 21 years old.
Mm-hmm.
I think at that time I was the youngest, but
yeah, because Candace, you slur your speech when you're lying like hell. Black Morticia, Hood Booger, all your personalities, they're pretty much going to do the same thing. You can't even be creative and give us a fake UK accent.
And some of them didn't speak English?
Yeah, there was a couple girls,
Shouldn't she be
English,
speaking Romanian?
That's another thing. We weren't allowed to talk to the other girls. We were only allowed, certain girls were on one certain side of the hallway.
Candace, why did you bring up Romania? Hood Booger couldn't even give us a good Romanian accent. Why bring up Romania?
Certain girls were on the other side of the hallway. Back then, we had to either call collect or use quarters.
Okay.
Oh dear Lord.
On a payphone,
Mm-hmm.
They didn't allow us to use the regular phones.
Mm-hmm.
They treated us like slaves. But the next morning,
slaves.
It's like they knew something was going to happen to my baby.
Are you all still not convinced that this is Candace playing on the phone? Treating us like slaves? She's saying all the same things that Candace says. Candace, you and George are worth $244 million combined. You couldn't hire someone with a Romanian accent to do this? Are you being that cheap? If it's not George playing in the damn studio, making these weird silhouette type videos where he's distorting his voice, It's Candace giving herself an interview with a different personality.
Or something, because the next morning I all of a sudden didn't have a heartbeat and I had to go in. But the strange thing about it is their daughter. This is another thing I thought about. Their daughter
Lord.
is a high doctor at the Liberty or at some university, some hospital in Lynchburg, Virginia.
Okay.
And back then, if I remember correctly, their daughter was like one of the house mothers.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if their daughter was like my nurse or nurse lady and gave me something.
Nurse lady?
Because, see, the thing is, they coerce.
5 kids later, she still just can't say nurse. Candace, you could have at least looked up medical terms and, job titles like OBGYN, nurse tech, nurse, a maiden. I mean, what are you doing? Black Morticia Adams, what the hell are you doing? Why are you playing on the phone? You won't tell us the name of this person. You could have given us Hood Booger. It's my Hood Booger version. Y'all, it's me. I'm just effing around. I was high as hell. Candace has got to be smoking a blunt right now. Just saying, I fooled everybody.
To give up the baby because they got money for their adoption. It was some kind of adoption ring. I didn't know nothing about it. Okay. But my thing was that I kept telling them, no, I wanted to keep my baby because I had a 3-year-old nephew and I had took care of him. I thought I could mother it. It wasn't for me, okay? I was too young. Okay. But still, I have questions because now I keep seeing stuff and I'm like, why are all these videos coming up on my feed for no reason,
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you saying that you miscarried the baby?
Yeah. But I was further along and they kept telling me I had to hurry up and make up my mind and make up my decision because I'm running out of time. I have to hurry it up. And I'm like, why do I have to hurry it up?
Hurry what up? Hurry what up?
Decide if I want to adopt the baby out. They kept showing me folders of people's faces. Would you like your baby to?
Did she just say she had a miscarriage? What the heck? Candace, you can't even stick to the same story, you idiot.
Hurry what up?
Decide if I want to adopt the baby out.
Okay. The question,
sure.
Are
you saying that you miscarried the baby?
Yeah. But I was.
So she miscarried the baby? And then wanted to adopt it out? Which one is it? Did you have a miscarriage or did you give birth to a full-term baby and then put up the baby for adoption? See, Candace, this is what happens when you decide to do mushrooms and meth and then you want to hop into one of your personalities. You can't even keep your story straight in the same damn recording. This is Candace playing on the phone.
Further along and they kept telling me I had to hurry up and make up my mind and make up my decision because I'm running out of time. I have to hurry it up.
Oh,
dear like, why do I have to hurry it up?
Hurry what up? Hurry what up?
Decide if I want to adopt the baby out. They kept showing me folders of people's faces. Would you like your baby to be with this person or would you like to go raise your baby somewhere else or on the street?
You know what else to say? Candace, how can you adopt out a baby that was miscarried? You've had 4 kids. Black Morticia. You've had 4 kids. It's ironic. How do you adopt out a baby that is miscarried? How does that happen?
Okay, and then here's a question for you. How far along were you when you miscarried?
I was asking my mom that, and truthfully, I have called down there to find myself, to find dates out, and I can't even find myself actually in their system. That's another thing that's weird.
That's very scary.
I've called.
Candace, you're an idiot. Let me go back.
The thing is they coerced us to give up the baby because they got money for their adoption. It was some kind of adoption ring. I didn't know nothing about it. Okay. But my thing was that I kept telling them, no, I wanted to keep my baby because I had a 3-year-old nephew and I had took care of him. I thought I could mother it. It wasn't for me, okay? I was too young.
Okay.
But still, I have questions because now I keep seeing stuff and I'm like, why are all these videos coming up on my feeds for no reason, you know?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you saying that you miscarried the baby?
Yeah. But I was further along and they kept telling me I had to hurry up and make up my mind and make up my decision because I'm running out of time. I have to hurry it up.
Oh, she miscarried the baby, y'all. That's it. End of interview, right? You would think that's it. That's the end of the interview. You blew it. Hood booger blew the interview. You miscarried the baby, and then you say somebody came back in saying you gotta hurry it up. I gotta hurry it up to adopt out the miscarried baby. You know, because the baby was miscarried. Not even like forcefully aborted or anything. No, miscarried. Miscarried. Who knows how far along she was? I mean, are we talking like a fetus that was like 17 weeks versus a fetus that was like 32 weeks? What are we talking about here?
I'm like, why do I have to hurry it up?
Hurry what up? Hurry what up?
Decide if I want to have the baby out. They kept showing me folders of people's faces. Would you like your baby to be with this person, or would you like to go raise your baby somewhere else?
Why would anyone do that if the baby's been aborted? It sounds like she's trying to say the baby was aborted, but she wants to say it was miscarried. Why would they force any baby out of the womb when the baby's not ready? If the baby was miscarried, why are we talking about an adoption? Because, you know, this is priceless.
I had a 3-year-old nephew, and I had took care of him. I thought I could mother. It wasn't for me, okay? Honestly, I was too young.
Okay.
But still, I have questions because now I keep seeing stuff, and I'm like, why are all these videos coming up on my feeds for no reason? You know?
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you saying that you miscarried the baby?
Yeah. But I was further along.
Yeah, she miscarried the baby.
And they kept telling me I had to hurry up and make up my mind and make up my decision because I'm running out of time. I have to hurry it up. And I'm like, why do I have to hurry it up?
Hurry what up? Hurry what up?
Hurry up.
Decide if I want to have the baby out. They kept showing me folders of people's faces.
That miscarried baby is somehow going to be adopted.
Would you like your baby to be with this person, or would you like to go raise your baby somewhere else or on the street? Or
okay, and then here's a question for you.
Yeah, miscarried.
How far along were you when you miscarried?
You know, I was asking my mom that, and truthfully, I have called down there to find myself, to find dates out, and I can't even find myself, actually.
Yeah, because she doesn't know. She doesn't know how far along she was when she miscarried. Because for some reason, keeping up with how long you are in your pregnancy is not important either. Just as much as not important for Hood Booger to keep her story straight. You know, because you can't adopt out a miscarried baby. Black Morticia Adams. You numbnut. What the hell did you think you were achieving in this? Playing around on the phone. How much did you pay this other person? Because they hires here.
Your system. That's another thing that's weird.
That's very scary.
I've called down there this past few weeks just to find out information on myself. I even called my own probation officer, but he called me back last night. He was actually telling me information, and he told me, you know, back then I wasn't a bad kid. I just skipped school because I stayed home and slept in. My mom got in trouble for it. I went in juvie for it. I'm sorry.
She went to juvie for skipping school, you know, because somehow skipping school leads to you going to juvenile detention. Oh. You know what I have to say? You gotta hurry it up. I gotta hurry it up.
Wait, but I just want to stick to the story of the just to stay focused. You don't.
Yeah, because you know we gotta keep up this dumbass lie. Oh, Quisha. Hood Booger, who's strung out, sounds like, and high as hell. Came out. Boy, you couldn't even come with a Romanian accent. Candace, all you had to do was call your best friend Andrew Tate and say, you know, how should I nail this accent here? What would make you feel good if I talk like this? Like, you couldn't even ask him that because you and George Farmer, there's no way they're serious about this marriage. George Farmer's too busy, you know, talking about men.
Know how pregnant you were when you had a miscarriage?
How pregnant you were.
I can tell you I was probably, they had to induce the labor.
Okay.
I had to deliver. So that tells you I was over 3-4 months.
Oh, God. Candace. Candace, this is so stupid. Why are you playing on the phone? Why are you playing on the phone? When one of your personalities wants to come through, you know, what they're going to teach you when you have this court-ordered psych eval, you got to learn how to kind of control this. You know, like one person should take the wheel. We shouldn't be hearing two different personalities at once. You can't make this up. This girl has snapped and lost her mind.
Yeah. I was over.
Yeah. So let me tell you what is really interesting about this particular conversation.
You are somehow high and then simultaneously stupid at the same time.
Well, Liberty University is involved, and you hear she broke down crying several times throughout the conversation. There was obviously real pain
we didn't hear that.
And what's really interesting is that she told me thereafter.
She said she miscarried, and then they were trying to force her to adopt this miscarried baby. Who would adopt a miscarried baby?
That while she can pull all of her court records, Liberty University is sort of like, you know, it's all electronic now. You're talking about the 90s. We can't find you. We can't find you.
Liberty University is going to sue the crap out of Candace Amber Owens, Farmer, the dum-dum from another planet. You know, because she's an alien.
You had a baby in a house when you were 13 years old and we can't find you. By the way, where's the baby buried? I asked that question to her.
No, where's the baby adopted? You should have asked that, because she said they were trying to force an adoption. Remember, you know, because it gave her a list of faces and pictures. Candace, stop playing on the damn phone.
And she said what happened after she gave birth was they called her mom and they said that she's got to go. I said, how do you know the baby was dead? You're telling me they moved you into a room and they induced labor after you said, I don't want to give up my child. They induced labor.
No, she said she miscarried. What you're trying to insinuate is an abortion. She said she miscarried. You asked her that. And then you asked her, how far along were you when you miscarried? What the hell? Black Morticia Adams.
They told you, a child, that yourself, that there was no heartbeat, mysteriously, right after you made the decision that you didn't want to give up your child for adoption. You felt like you were being...
Candace, obviously you don't understand how pregnancies work either after 4 times. Who carried these babies? Because Candace obviously has never given birth. What the hell? She's never been pregnant. Where's your doppelganger, Candace? Candace has a doppelganger. You know, in the absence of evidence, we're going to make all these damn assumptions. When you have 2 personalities coming through and one of them is drunk and high, yeah, we're going to assume that you have a doppelganger.
Pressured. Now there's no heartbeat. They induce labor. You never see your son. That you said she had a son. She never saw anything. They tell your mom she's got to pick you up ASAP.
Candace, do you know at what age, how far along are you when they are able to determine the gender? This lady.
That's what she goes on to tell me, because they didn't want the other young women to be traumatized learning that she had a miscarriage. So in the middle of the night, her mom drives up.
She said she had a miscarriage. She
gets
admitted
her,
that.
picks her up. Funeral? Is there a headstone? What happens
words
when there's a induced labor at Liberty University? This is unbelievable. Now
it is unbelievable. None of this with any evidence to support it. She couldn't even say how far along she was. It's called gestation, Candace. You know, you could just say how many weeks were you? Were you in your first, second, or third trimester? You know, questions that most people who have been pregnant can at least ask another woman who's been pregnant. Trimester, gestation, how many weeks? You know, anything. You could have just asked, were you in your first trimester, your second trimester, your third trimester? Does Candace know how long a human pregnancy is? Candace, I'll let you answer that. You can look up, it's called science. You can Google the actual length of a human pregnancy here on Earth, you know, because you're an alien. This got to be the dumbest attempt for her to get attention ever. Trimester? You could have just asked her about a trimester.
Why she was triggered when she heard Erica speaking about Trump pageantry,
unbelievable.
to connect that dot for you, is because Erica had said, you know, you have to submit your pictures. Well, she goes back home. She's still a teenager.
Exactly,
and 2 years
Stacey,
later, she gets an invite to join
Miss
Trump pageant world. But she doesn't know how to get her picture. She doesn't know how to get her picture. She wasn't taking pictures. She wasn't trying to be in pageant world. And so that's what triggered her. And wait a second, how did they get my picture? Why were they taking these weird pictures? She never said that they were sexual, by the way. I'm sure they probably said to her at the time at that house, like, so that we can submit your picture to the Christian adoptive families, whatever it is. But it sort of clicked to her that that's kind of odd that I got this invitation to join Trump pageant world. Now,
she couldn't even tell you her gestation. Stop it. When one personality is completely tapped out from the other, it's like two different people. Candace has 18 people living in her head.
For those of you who have followed our Epstein series,
Girl, no.
We spoke about this. Xavier Poussard showed that this was one of his mechanisms. Jeffrey Epstein, Israel's guy, would go find organizations where there were tons of young women that were coming through, and he would pump money into them, like Victoria's Secret, and maybe some trafficking happened, right? By the way, the history of pageantry, for those of you that don't know, it's child sex trafficking. It's the Carneys, it's P.T. Barnum and Bailey in America. What was going on at carnivals, historically speaking, it was very dark stuff. Very dark stuff. Anyways, in case you aren't believing the story, because we know what happens next. They do the Mitch Snow thing. Oh, she's crazy. She's making this up. It's all an illusion.
Yeah, because you can't adopt miscarried babies. And you can't even ask her an actual general question about a pregnancy. What trimester were you in? How many weeks gestation? Are we looking at like 15 or 32? 34 maybe? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Well, the good thing is that there's actually an entire podcast series that is currently investigating this godparent program at Liberty University. And these women have done incredible work, so much work that it actually got picked up locally in Virginia by ABC News. Take a listen.
The Liberty Godparent Home, a place for young, single, pregnant women, is defending itself against allegations of coercion and manipulation.
A new podcast called Liberty Lost alleges some of the young women felt pressured to place their children for adoption. ABC 13's Rachel Branning investigates.
The Liberty Godparent Home is tucked away on Liberty Mountain Drive. The maternity home was founded by Gary Falwell Sr. in the 80s as part of a pro-life ministry at Thomas Road Baptist Church. Now it's the focal point of the podcast, Liberty Lost.
What inspired you to investigate this in the first place?
For the last 2 years, I've been investigating the maternity home after connecting with several residents who went through the home as pregnant teenage girls, both in the 1990s and in 2000.
But she didn't provide any evidence that she was talking to someone that went through that home. She said, I'm not going to say the name. It sounded like Candace playing on the phone. And she's just trying to connect it to something random. What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination, Candace? You're not telling us, Black Morticia, who pulled the trigger on the gun. You know, that other thing you were supposed to be researching. Reading is fundamental, people. The lady said, allegedly, Hood Booger, said that there was a miscarriage. All because of they couldn't get me to adopt out this baby. And yet she was 13 years old. I don't know what's worse. So do you want the 13-year-old to be a mom or what? I mean, to go out and raise a baby because she can't get a job or anything. But yes, she said she went to juvie for skipping school. Can't make this up. But there are no court documents. No court documents on someone going to juvie for skipping school. Or the fact that she said she has a probation officer, which means that she is a recurrent offender. Because if this woman is, let's say, over 55, she still has a probation officer. That means she's committed other crimes. Because you're not going to have a probation officer because you skipped school at 13 years old. So what were the other criminal offenses that she committed to warrant her to have a probation officer? There has to be court documents related to those charges. This is how stupid Candace is. She doesn't think about that. Court documents are available to the public. If this woman has a probation officer, why? What were the charges? And why won't you tell us her name so we can see if this person exists here on Earth, on this planet, and not solely in your head? This is insane.
One of those residents, Abby Johnson. At 16, she got pregnant.
Finding out I was pregnant was traumatic and shocking and not something I had any preparation for mentally, socially, emotionally.
Her parents sent her across the country to Liberty Godparent Home with the promise of a scholarship to Liberty University after all was said and done.
I really can't describe the sense of abandonment and fear and disassociation that you experience when your family abandons you, all the while calling it something like good for you and like, this is a plan.
Johnson says she wanted to keep her son. However, she felt the home already made the decision to go the adoption route.
Did you ever really feel?
I know juvenile records are different, but I'm saying the lady says she had a probation officer. So that means she wouldn't have a probation officer from having a juvie record where she skipped school. Like 40 years later, she still has a juvie probation officer from juvie records. No, she had to have committed other offenses to have a probation officer currently. So what were those charges? That's what I'm asking about. Because those charges would have court documents attached to it. Juvie records could be sealed. Could have been expunged even. Skipping school. But if she has a probation officer now, currently, then that means she's gone to jail recently or she's done something to warrant criminal charges that led to her getting a probation officer. What are those charges? Because otherwise, who knows? I mean, this is Hood Booger on the other end of the phone. No one has any reason to believe Candace at anything she's doing right now because she's not giving evidence. She won't even tell us the name of the lady. No way to verify. The lady said that she had a probation officer. Hood Booger seems to be criminalistically prone to doing bad things. Candace, you couldn't even this personality be a decent person. I have a job. I went to college. I went to grad school. And that was just a bad thing that happened to me in a bad era. And I cleaned my act up. I have 3 beautiful children, 6 grandkids, and I'm in a beautiful home. Now I'm married. Look at God. Like, it couldn't just be something that ended on a positive note even. This person still had to sound as if they're high and strung out. It's so insane. They have to have a probation officer. But they couldn't say what trimester they were in. Candace, you're ridiculous.
Like you had a choice.
Oh my God.
No, I felt that I was put in really terrifying moments of being given an opportunity to explain to an adult that had a different opinion how I thought I could pull it off.
The Godparent Home declined my request for an interview, but sent a statement saying in part, quote, "Our staff and volunteers work tirelessly in this ministry and have built a reputation of being a trusted voice and ministry resource in the community. They have treated every individual who has sought assistance with compassion and integrity."
Did you feel supported in any way by the people within the home? No, I felt endlessly put off.
Raphael says in theory, maternity homes are a good thing.
These women should have been supported and provided with real options to keep and parent their children if that's what they wanted to do.
But she says the Godparent Home shouldn't have ties to an adoption agency. According to city records, the Godparent Home and the Family Life Services Adoption Agency share an address. Thomas Road Baptist Church founded Family Life Services, according to their website. I reached out to them multiple times for comment about the allegations in the podcast. We just want to make sure we're sharing all sides of this story, but I haven't heard back. Johnson and Raphael say for them, speaking out is the path forward.
Help people feel like they have a voice, that they're not forgotten.
So what's the chances that either of these 2 women were the women that woman that she spoke to on the call? What's the likelihood of that? That lady says she's got 4 other kids and 2 or 3 grandkids. These women look like they're like 40? Late 30s, early 40s, perhaps.
I also reached out to the Godparent Home. I asked if they can put me in contact with residents who have had a positive experience in the home, but at this point, I haven't gotten a response. Back to you.
I would imagine that I would respond to that, and I'd say, yeah, tons of people had a
What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk?
positive experience. And again, the woman that I spoke to, you can see she was there when it was Jerry Falwell Sr. We're going to speak about in a little bit, because I'm going to connect even more dots for you. You know, what I want to say is,
this is not
we all
connecting
felt,
to Charlie
for
Kirk.
some reason, spiritually sick watching AmFest, right?
No. And this has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk, you clown.
Tim Dillon did such a good job of saying this feels like something else. Like they just keep saying that this is about God and this is about the Lord and this is about, almost like they were trying to turn Charlie into a messianic figure. And yet
either he had a good judge of character or he didn't. What is it? Is she going to start attacking Charlie Kirk? How bad is this going to get? What is she saying here? Almost like they were trying to turn Charlie into a messianic figure. No, they weren't. Is it the pyrotechnics, Candace? Do you realize, you dingus, they had pyrotechnics previous years when Charlie Kirk was alive? You know, you could just watch videos on that, just like you just watched a video from this Liberty House or whatever it is, where the person you allegedly talked to, you know, one of your personalities, didn't sound like any of the 2 or 3 women that were interviewed in that video. This is absolute madness.
Felt darkness there. We felt darkness. We felt like this was actually about money. We felt like we were being deluded.
We who? You weren't there, heifer.
We felt like it was a Las Vegas convention. And I had been speaking throughout the last year, even before Charlie Kirk got assassinated.
Yeah, but she obviously forgets that other videos exist of AmFest prior years where they had pyrotechnics. You know, because lights, camera, action, and it somehow bothers her. Candace, flashing lights might cause you to trigger into another personality, but it doesn't do that for everybody else. You know, Bone Quisha comes out, then there's the Valley High girl, and then, you know, there's the Hood Booger. And then we have so many names. And somehow you still manage to be just as dumb as the next person.
A lot of time in this podcast to speaking to you about this veneer of Christianity. Operation Mocking Pastor, we termed it.
God.
And we really saw them start to ratchet that up after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Operation
influencers. Well, this is the Lord. This is what the Lord would want. Yeah, we're going to talk more about that. And I'm going to tell you more about the founding of Liberty University right after a brief break. Well, it's certainly a time in America we've had.
Candace, you're exhausting. This is crazy. So she's not going to talk about the priest that went after kids. Kids.
What I would term Christian Inc. These Christian influencers, suddenly they look like they're glitching a bit, right? Something happened in the last year and we're like, oh, I used to kind of like you. And now you're
glitching over that phone call. You know, because maybe it's not that easy to have 2 and 3 personalities come through at one time in the phone call. You know, saying the same things that you say. What should these personalities kind of have their own little mindset a little bit? You know, perhaps one sounds educated. Candace, do you understand what gestation is? I don't think she understands any of this.
Seem to be glitching inside of this matrix. You're telling us it's right here in the Bible. You seem overly invested in certain narratives. Suddenly, this is beginning to feel like, well, a psychological operation that's being orchestrated by Israel, because you sort of missed it. Your whole brand is Christianity, but you decided to stay mum on the atrocities that Israel's committing in Gaza. This probably isn't really about Christianity, is it? The Bible's pretty clear. Thou shalt not kill. Children especially.
Yeah, thou shalt not lie. To us especially. Candace, we're catching them all. You lie like he's breathing air, girl. This heifer right here. All right, Black Morticia, get through with this, girl. Get through this.
If I could offer an addendum, children, especially innocent souls, and yet they're remarkably mum on the issue of Charlie Kirk. He had more ire for Candace Owens investigating it than they did for the FBI. No interest. Shut it down. Right? Shut it down. How dare you say he's Catholic? That's what's wrong with this. You saying anything about Catholicism is wrong.
No, what's wrong with this is you impersonating an investigator as if you should be doing that when you don't read. You can't make this up.
Glitch. Oh, Josh Hammer's lying. Let me tell you, he's a wonderful human being. Glitch. I'm sorry, lying. Shouldn't you just be able to call a spade a spade? No, they can't, because they represent something else. And I want to be clear. I have spoken at Liberty University multiple times, And I promise you, I never thought once to look up.
We don't care. What does this have to do with Charlie Kirk? Who pulled the trigger on the gun?
Their origin story. I was just so excited that there was a Christian university in general, and they were remarkable to me when I spoke there. And I wasn't looking, I guess, for anything deeper. I didn't see how I was also being manipulated in various ways early on in my political career. So color me surprised to learn that Liberty University was once failing, and then it received a ton of funding. Honestly, the story of how it came to be.
Candace, like, you know, how Blexit was a thing, and then it ended up failing. And then TPUSA took over it. Oh, man, if they don't sell Blexit, they better. Erica Kirk, girl, I know you listen, girl. Sell Blexit and sell it on national television. Go live and sell it in pieces, like car parts or Mickey Mouse ears. You know, whatever Candace thinks she has going on both sides of her head. Candace, all these little antennas you have that you call hair, you can't make this up. Look here, you Black Morticia. You just got through insulting us with this nonsense call. And then you pull up some video where someone's doing something regarding a Liberty House. None of these things are quite like the other. They have nothing to do with Charlie Kirk's assassination. You still can't say who pulled the trigger on the gun. And then you show us an Excel spreadsheet. You've done so much in this one episode. It's just dumb. It's beyond exhausting. I'm just laughing at it, quite frankly. Because most of that stuff that was typed up, you can't read. So here we are with you playing on the phone, trying to be two different personalities at once, while you still can't somehow manage to tell us how many weeks your other personality was. Or why are they on a probation? Who's the probation officer? You know, because why is that private information? This is ridiculous.
The university that it is today. It's quite interesting. Someone emailed me and they wrote, and I quote,
of course
"Hi, Candace. I'm currently reading The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer. And in the book, it talks about how the Israeli government gave Jerry Falwell, Liberty University's founder, Jerry Falwell Sr., a $2 million jet in 1979. Adjusted for inflation, that's like $10 million. And that was to gain support from evangelicals in America. I figured it would be helpful for your deep dive of Israel buying evangelicals, end quote. Oh, that's interesting. That tip does seem like something I should explore. Probably is helpful. And it's true. Jerry Falwell Sr.
Yeah, keep trolling Candace in her tip line, because that's gonna be funny. That's good material for Daily Wire's new comedy show, Candace. You know, well, we're going to continue to laugh at you.
I should tell you, had a rather radical conversion to Christianity when Israel became a nation in 1948. Now, prior to that, this is according to the Washington Post, he came from a family that definitely had some issues. His daddy, a man named Kerry Hezekiah, was a drunk, and he was a bootlegger. Okay? He was a bootlegger, and he was a drunk, and he got into a fight with his brother once. This is literally his brother. His name was Garland, and he shot him dead. And to be even clearer here, his dad wasn't just a bootlegger. Kerry was not just a bootlegger. He was also a smuggler and a trafficker. Okay, so he pretended like he was just a business owner that was running a string of gas stations, ostensibly, but in reality, he was using his fuel trucks to smuggle bootleg whiskey into America during the time of Prohibition. It's giving Trogno liquors, you know, as we started getting into season 2 of Becoming Brigitte. I'm like, wow, a lot of people.
Yeah, she's going to keep suing your ass too, because, you know, that'll be funny. I cannot wait till they mollywop you in court. Yeah, they're going to take you for every red penny you have. Not every dime, every penny. They're going to clean out house. George Farmer will be divorcing you. They took my $244 million. They're going to kick him out the Bullingdon Club. Bullingdon Club. Yeah, they're going to kick him out that club. Because then he'll be brokish for real. He'll be too broke to be in the boys' club. You know, that club he loves so much. With dead birds. You can't make this up. Are you going to talk about George Farmer getting hit with allegations that he touched another man? Candace, you can't hide from that forever. Okay? There's not enough closet space that George Farmer would be able to hide in when people start really digging into these allegations of him trying to essay another grown man. At some point, he's either going to come out the closet on his own, or we're going to drag his ass out kicking and screaming. How you want this go?
Well, we're smuggling things into America. Anyways, I keep telling you guys that the people that rule over us, the people that have these huge platforms, they are not smarter than us. They're just more corrupt than us. They won't do anything to maintain.
Candace, you're not the smartest person in the room. You got to learn how to read 3-syllable words.
Their power. And they really are the heirs of gangsters. Back to Carey, after he shot his brother dead, he became a rather nasty alcoholic. His employee, one time, this is a true story as documented by Rolling Stone, his employee stayed home sick one day, so Falwell got mad, and he decided to catch the man's cat that he loved, and he killed the cat. Then he cooked the cat. Then he delivered the remains of the cat to the employee's house for lunch. Yeah.
It wasn't a white rabbit, like in Basic Instinct, the movie that Candace's personality belongs in right now. This girl has lost her mind. It's gone. Like, you never had a brain, but you certainly weren't trying to be creative about that either. Candace, this has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. Nothing. Just talk about George Zinn, okay? Just him.
That's why I went with the thumbnail title, Don't F with Cats, because now we have to find Charlie Kirk's murderer, for those of you who watched that series. Now, according to Forbes, he also once threw a man into a bear cage after he had an argument with him at one of his restaurants. So, yeah, he had a colorful background indeed. Like I said, these people are gangsters. In 1940,
like the Bullingdon Club. Bullingdon Club, that club with George Farmer in it, they're gangsters as well. They're bullies. A man lost his life from, ridiculous driving. They go and they smash up restaurants and stuff. And we should watch The Riot Club. I'm going to check that movie out. You all let me know if you've seen The Riot Club, because Candace, that's exactly what the Bullingdon Club is. It's a club of bullies that get away with crimes and apparently murder. Because they're all rich and wealthy. That's it. And somehow George Farmer confused a grown-ass man for a grown-ass woman. Because he's confused. Like, we can't make this stuff up. She doesn't want to address that, though. This arranged marriage, the 4 kids. Maybe she gave birth, maybe she didn't. And the fact that she's playing on the phone and then playing this call as if we're supposed to take this as evidence. We don't have to believe nothing that comes out of her mouth. She won't say the name of the individual allegedly she's on this call with, name of the probation officer, no records, no nothing to even prove this person is even real. So once again, here we are, laughing at Candace's dumb imagination because she's an alien. And she's still avoiding the fact that George Farmer is a bad guy, it sounds like. Yeah, because that Bullingdon Club, they do a lot of bad things and blackmail each other all day. This is insane. Funny how she's almost describing her husband to a T with that arranged marriage.
The very year that Israel became a nation, Carey Hezekiah died from cirrhosis of the liver, and his son, Jerry Falwell Sr., had an immediate radical conversion to Christianity. Bootlegging, trafficking, smuggling, be damned, because his business was now going to be the church, ministering. He became a televangelist, and he established Lynchburg College in 1971, which would eventually change its name to Liberty University, Liberty University that we know today. And yes, it is true, in 1979, Jerry Falwell Sr. was gifted a Learjet from the founder of the Likud party, then Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Now, that's pretty nice of Israel. But I always am wondering, in exchange for what? Like, in exchange for what? Because that kind of...
Why is the Bullingdon Club holding blackmail over each other? How much more blackmail could George Farmer get? I mean, I'm curious, Candace. Why would they want to just blackmail each other in the Bullingdon Club? Because bullies. And they just sit around and get drunk and smash up restaurants. Did he ever pay for damages to these restaurants? Because he certainly will never admit it. They had cops underneath their belts. Because these little cowards didn't ever want to take responsibility for anything they did. They committed crimes all over the place. And you're talking about what now?
Reminds me about how Bibi Netanyahu wanted to take Turning Point USA to the next level.
Of course she talks about Israel.
Offered to take Turning Point USA to the next level. Charlie Kirk said no. But apparently nobody in the mainstream media is interested in answering the question as to why he wanted to take Turning Point to USA to the next level. What does Israel have to do with young evangelicals, a young evangelical organization? Also, how? That's my other big question. How exactly was he planning to get that money to Turning Point USA? I'm assuming he wasn't going to write like a blank check from the Likud party.
Yeah, the blank check that you expect George Farmer to write you. Girl, this whole arranged marriage that you two are doing, how do you expect this to stay covered up again when he's hitting on men?
Surely he was going to accomplish that through other people and their organizations, because Israel never gets their hands dirty if they can avoid it. That's the lesson of yesterday, by the way. You employ Christians to do your dirty work. I got another clue from a different email tip that I received regarding the university. It reads, "Hi, Candace. I have some links that might be important for you in your investigation regarding connections between the Iran-Contra scandal and Liberty University." And remind you, the Iran-Contra scandal was a trafficking scandal that involved our government, the CIA, of course, the Mossad. Jeffrey Epstein was involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. If the Mossad is to be believed, that's how they first brought him in, running weapons through South America. And the CIA and the Mossad got caught they were trying to control what was happening in South America. And they were arming people to take over countries. That's kind of what
Does George Farmer have a weapon? I don't think it's a good idea for him to be in the house with 4 minor children with a weapon. You know, he's committed a lot of crimes in his day.
CIA does. Anyways, the reason how this involves Liberty University is that during the Iran-Contra scandal, as the email goes on, a man named Sun Myung Moon, a North Korean evangelical cult leader, assisted the CIA in its so-called anti-communist efforts. That's how they billed what they were doing during the Iran-Contra scandal in Central America. He used his logistics network through the churches to aid the Contras through his unification church. He connected and their connected organizations like CAU.
I'm trying to say Charlie Kirk was a communist. I mean, where are we going with this, Candace? Come on, Black Morticia.
USA. And he also ran PR for the Reagan administration regarding U.S.'s involvement in Central America through his newspaper, The Washington Times. Okay, so what's important is that this Sun Myung Moon later would bail Liberty University out. The person in the email said roughly the amount was $20 to $40 million in the mid-1990s. Now, I find it extremely interesting. This person wrote to me, I find it extremely interesting that the same evangelical cult leader who worked with federal agencies and profited from the Iran-Contra scandal also financially rescued Liberty University, and how Liberty University might...
Y'all hear the kids running around in the background. All them little footsteps and stuff, all that little noise in the background. Yeah, even the kids are just not even taking it serious.
Be connected to the drug smuggling military base. He's referring to Fort Huachuca. That was the reason he sent the email discussing Fort Huachuca. Interesting indeed, I would say, because we've got a story about the feds smuggling.
Yeah, tell Mitch Snow that we all said he can kiss our ass collectively.
Christianity, Israel, South Korea. Did all that actually happen? Yeah, that it did actually happen. And the Washington Post did a fantastic...
Did George Farmer put his hands on another man and it was unwanted?
Fantastic article breaking down what became known as the Moon Cult. An article that they published in 1997 as that cult was beginning to fade. Or I guess their power was beginning to fade here in America. And it's stunning because if you close your eyes and imagine, you start to see Turning Point USA and Turning Point USA Faith. Everything that I've been describing, I kept saying from the very beginning, what went wrong in that Turning Point USA was this faith push. I've been telling you, and I'm going to show you that these Egyptian planes, I've showed you in part, we're tracking Turning Point USA Faith, these pastors. Okay, what's going on with these quote unquote Egyptian planes that happen to look like they're going into Gaza, actually? So I'm going to read you parts of this article regarding the Reverend Sun Moon, his unification church.
Candace, that's not an article. Can you post up the damn article? I know you're watching, Heifer. Post the article up. Whatever you're reading, post it up while you're reading it. Why is that so difficult, you alien? Does she want communism? What is she trying to say? She makes it seem like, yeah, it's communism. Can you believe this? They were anti-communist. Okay. What are you wanting here?
Declared himself just, a messiah. So when we start to see how it feels like they were trying to establish Charlie as a messianic figure, and it's all become somehow about money, they don't actually care about Charlie. It's like, how
Candace, no one tried to make him a messianic figure. If anything, most people recognized that he was just a human being who wanted to be left alone to be able to do his thing with his company, debate, question me, prove me wrongs, hang out with his wife and kids, and not have to worry about his pastor being attacked and dogged out every other day. I don't think he would ever co-sign on you obsessing over the day he was shot and then lying about him not bleeding like he's an alien. You can't make this up. So if anybody's trying to turn him into a figure, it's Candace Owens, because he didn't bleed. How?
How much money can we make?
An alien
trying
to tell us
people just, here's the bloody mic, we're putting it in a thing. It feels like I said a seance. I want you to imagine that. To tell you about what Sun Moon Unification Church accomplished in America, rather. And yes, attached to the Iran-Contra affair and Israel and pumping money into Liberty University. Okay.
Oh, God, girl.
Now it tells us that their Unification Church was faltering as a religion in the United States, but it still remains a robust, diverse business. Again, this is 1997, especially in the Washington area, where the movement controls more than $300 million in commercial, political, and cultural enterprises. It tells us that the organizations owned or sponsored by Moon and his inner circle of Korean and American followers holds properties stretching from Prince George to Fairfax County, according to corporate property and court records. This vast and bewildering multinational could be called Moon Inc. It is a sprawling collection of churches, nonprofit foundations, and for-profit holding companies.
Candace, are you going to tell us what's going on with that federal lawsuit, those fake meme coins? Because I have a feeling at some point that's going to come up and you're going to try to knock that out. I mean, where are we going with this?
In the Washington area, the Unification Church's investment is an important cog in a global machine that Moon uses to boost his credibility, spread his spiritual doctrine, and win political influence, according to current and former church members. As the Unification movement evolved from selling roses on street corners to acquiring control of a nationwide cable channel, the nation's capital became the epicenter of Moon's U.S. holdings. Those include the Washington Times newspaper.
Candace, the Koreans, let me tell you something. North Korea, they're not going to sit here and just let you dog them out. I don't know what you're trying to do with this, unless you're trying to show proof that this person pulled the trigger on the gun. They're not going to take that. They're not friends, okay? We're just telling you this. I'm only concerned about these 4 kids because they can't help who their dumbass mama is. You can't make this up. Come on, Black Morticia.
A video production firm, a stately old church, once the pride of the Mormons along 16th Street Northwest, Washington area property owned by the church, its affiliated companies or senior church officials, is worth more than $200 million, according to property and corporate records. A lot of property. I was telling you, Turning Point's getting into real estate. It's very interesting. They're getting into real estate, according to a tip that I have, because they're going to teach non-conservatives how to buy houses, I'm sure. Tyler Boyer leading the charge. Washington will be the focus of the worldwide unification movement this week, as Moon-sponsored organizations are going to hold a series of academic conferences and the World Sports and Culture Festival, culminating Saturday with a mass wedding at RFK Stadium. The South Korean self-declared messiah has grown increasingly vehement within the unification movement. Moon's spiritual and business ventures are viewed as a part of the unified whole. Quote, ideas without the money to back them up are just dreams, end quote, said Richard Rubenstein, the president of the movement-controlled University of Bridgeport.
At least his help is showing the article as she reads it. I told y'all she listens. You still a help for you, alien.
The corporate section is understood to be the engine that funds the mission of the church. I am telling you, this is like almost verbatim if you were to read statements about Turning Point USA and their spinoffs. We need the money to do the work. This is what this is going to be the 501c3, the 501c4, and Turning Point Action. This is where it's all going to come together. It goes on to tell us that since the 1970s, Moon has gained his highest profile in this country, not with his church, but with the Times, the 100,000 circulation daily that competes with the Washington Post.
Oh, God.
The paper has become an established voice of conservative America. Beyond the Times, Moon-affiliated entities are linked by a complex web of interlocking directorships and nurtured by a seemingly endless flow of cash from the Far East.
Candace.
That has enabled them to buy new businesses and even help to bail out Reverend Jerry Falwell's founding Liberty University, again, since 1997. Executives of unification-related entities have acknowledged that money from Japan and Korea are fueling their U.S. operations. But the magnitude and the mechanism of those payments, as well as their exact sources, have eluded investigators on 3 continents over the past 3 decades. Let me slow that down for you. So you're telling me we have a faith-based...
No. Can you speed this up? Because we have no idea what this have to do with the shooter. Is it too difficult to ask you, since you're listening, you heifer, to talk about George Zinn and the other guy that got arrested because they were there on campus at the scene of the crime when the crime occurred? Because that would be more important in this. I mean, honestly, I'll leave you to the Koreans, but I'm just saying, why can't you research that? Why is that so hard to do? We understand it's not as salacious, but at least you can be more factually accurate. This is absolute madness, Candace. It just doesn't even make sense. Did he pull the trigger on the gun? Yes or no?
Organization with a political arm that is stretched into evangelical churches, that's working with Israel and helping the CIA traffic arms at one point through churches in the presence of their church. And now you're telling me that when they started looking into where this money was coming from, it's actually eluding them how the money is coming from Japan and Korea. And wasn't that Charlie's last trip? Bizarrely, he went to Korea. We're going to get to that. And then after he went to Korea and met with a pastor, that pastor got arrested. Again, we're going to get to that. And then after he went to Korea, he went to Japan. I'm just saying.
Are you trying to say he's a Moonie or something? Look, what are you trying to say here? You saying he's in this cult? What is the point? Like, just speak plain, girl.
The past is feeling like it's a bit prologue. Why is Charlie going to build up? What does Charlie Kirk have to do with Korea? Turning Point Faith pushing you into Korea. A lot going on in South Korea, by the way. LOL, I saw this article about how they suddenly established a Holocaust museum. I was like, there goes the neighborhood. Do we have that article? Yeah. South Korean Christian Zionists opened the country's first Holocaust museum. I should add that to my timeline because there goes.
So what? You don't have to pay for that. Y'all, look at Black Morticia coming through. Stop wearing so much dark makeup around your eyes. It's weird. Why are you having a problem with this museum, Candace? Because see, you don't understand the concept of museums or memoriams or anything like that. You don't believe that TPUSA should have a tent. I say TPUSA should sell Blexit. I mean, seriously. You're not paying for this stuff, so why do you care?
It's the neighborhood. We're coming. You can't question anything. We're going to call you Hitler. Sorry, South Korea. You're so cooked. Okay. Anyway, jumping back into this article before I show you what happened when Charlie went to Korea and a pastor then got arrested. It tells us that Moon Inc.
Oh man,
flip this.
They're not playing no games with you, girl.
Moon's businesses exist for several purposes. Church leaders and critics agree: to employ members, to gain influence in industries that Moon considers crucial, and to support Moon's spiritual and political agenda. Sometimes that support is direct, as when Moon's nonprofit organizations contribute to conservative political and social causes with financial donations, staff, and publicity. And sometimes it's indirect, as when Moon-sponsored groups stage academic, religious, and cultural conferences, inviting professors, clergy, media executives, and other opinion shapers to meetings, all expenses paid. Oh, that reminds me of Turning Point USA Faith. I told you they were embarking on this pastor summit. They were going to bring all these Christian Zionist influencers, training. They had a pastor summit led by Rob McCoy, as I showed you that. Sean Foyt. They were going to lead this up, pumping in money. This is what was growing. Turning Point Faith, which was spun out of Liberty University.
It so says an alien from outer space. Because reasons. Candace, keep on messing with the North Koreans if you want to. They're coming for you.
So this feels especially relevant. It goes on to say that they'll have a conference on the essence of religious founders. This is a guy who was an ex-Catholic priest. His name was Borderland. He says, quote, they'll have a conference on the essence of religious founders like Buddha, Jesus. And then Moon gets a room full of academics to sit there. He gets his picture taken with them. He gets credibility. They get to have their conference. It's all very messy, end quote. Borderland, like many people who have received some of Moon's generous bounty, has never been able to figure out the blizzard of organizations that make up Moon Inc. He says, quote, my money is never from the church itself. It's always the international something or another. That's interesting because when we started looking into Operation Mocking Pastor, we had that lead that it was coming from one of these international fellowships of whatever, ICJF, I don't remember what it was. Point is like there's all these international fellowship of Christians and Jews, and they're pumping money with an explicit purpose. In fact, you'll be very proud to know, when I worked for the Daily Wire, they used to bring me companies like ad reads, and they brought me the International Fellowship of Christian and Jews to read ads for. And so I said to my producer at the time, I said, well, what is this actually? Let's pull it up. Okay, because I was allowed to decline an ad read if I had a moral, if I felt like I was morally averse to it. And so,
Candace, you're gonna have to get over this fact, you heifer, that they're going to do comedy videos about you. Get over it. All right, you have to get past that. You might have bigger fish to fry or saute, or however you and George Farmer, your AKA BFF, you can't make this stuff up. Enjoys his fish. Listen, North Korea is not for play. And the fact that you're mentioning them and trying to insinuate anything bad puts them on high alert. Why would you want to bring that type of attention to the United States of America? Can you at least leave our country first? If you're going to sit here and insinuate anything about Koreans, why are you messing with whole countries at a time like this? She's going from one country to another, making these wild, boneheaded insinuations and bringing up information that has nothing to do with who pulled the trigger on the gun. Like, you're not investigating anything. We all know that because you're impersonating it, but you're not investigating. But now you're sitting here talking, why do we care about these Moonies and all this stuff? You act as if Charlie Kirk couldn't travel internationally, but yet you find a reason not to go to Phoenix because George Farmer has people coming in internationally because Bullingdon Club. I'm more interested in hearing more about his crimes than anything else right now because you can't make this stuff up. This is insane. Tomorrow, you all will finish up the other video about the Bullingdon Club and learn more about who George Farmer is and why, of all people on earth, he had to choose and select Candace Owens and why she selected him. Inquiring minds want to know, Candace. Sounds like George Farmer should be in jail.
I pulled up the website, and it was basically, here's what you Christians can do for Jews. And I said, this doesn't feel like a fellowship. So no, I'm a Christian. We're going to get to work. We have tons of issues. They're not saying what they're going to do in the Congo, or how they're going to help with what's going on all around the world, Armenia. So why would I just read ads for it? There's something going on with that organization, by the way. They've got their hands in a lot. Anyways, that's how they were doing this. They were paying this guy, but it wasn't actually coming from Moon's church. It was coming from international something or another. That's how you hide the money. It goes on to read on one corridor, the International Coalition for Religious Freedom, the group that Bordelon said signs his checks these days, shares his suites with the Martial Arts Federation for World Peace and a company called Washington Times Aviation. The only person in the suite on a recent visit was a Korean man who spoke little English, saying, I am Martial Arts Federation. I work for Father. Okay. Then tells us that Moon's...
Candace is laughing because she knows this is all bullshit. And more than likely, North Korea is pretty much going to be pissed off at her by Monday. Like, you can't make this stuff up. Candace, we know, and you're mad at the Daily Wire doing a show called I Don't Know, But I Know. Or I know, but I don't know no good. Girl, you don't know no good. You're going to learn hard way one day. I'm telling you right now. That they're not playing around with you. They wish you would. They're like sitting on a dare factor when it comes to you. You're going from country to country to country simply because Charlie Kirk went there. As if he could not go anywhere. He was not under your command. You don't get to come to our planet and force humanity to do anything you want them to do. That's not how this works. Why don't you just go back home? E.T. phone home.
Washington enterprises range from a ballet academy to an architectural molding company to magazines. They said, quote, the idea was that we'd be like Disney, controlling all kinds of media, working on behalf of God. Always.
Candace.
Paquette, whose job gave him access to financial information about several church-related businesses, said he believed that virtually none of the Unification's U.S. operations is profitable. You have all these businesses and none of them are profitable. Where's the money coming from? How's that work, actually? And isn't it starting to sound like the Seven Mountain Mandate? These pastors, we got to have an interest in culturally here and there. We've got to be everywhere. And Turning Point's going to help us get there. It's very interesting. Where is the money coming from and where is it going was one of Charlie Kirk's last questions before he was assassinated. He established Doge to determine that answer. They decided to investigate Moon Organization in 1978. In 1978, a congressional investigation into the Moon Organization concluded that, quote, the Unification Church and numerous other religious and secular organizations headed by Sun Moon constitute essentially one international organization that moved money freely among its entities. SEC filings show that the cash for Nostalgia, that's one of their companies, comes through a chain of companies that lead to the Unification Church International. It's a vertically integrated operation that is common in Moon's empire. He goes on to tell us, this is my favorite quotation, because it's just so mega church vibes. Like, you find $300,000 behind a sink or a toilet.
What?
Tells us, quote,
huh? Candace, don't tell us the ways of your people from your planet. We who keeps money behind? Okay, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, flush a toilet, find 300 grand. Got it.
Rev Moon sent bags of cash, big fat bags, stacks and stacks of hundreds from Korea and Japan to Manhattan Center. The church's recording studio in New York City, Paquette said, whenever we asked where that money was coming from, the answer was that it came from the father. Okay. I think we're good on that. I'm sure it did. The wealth of Unification's worldwide economic empire remains a closely guarded secret. Lawrence Ziliox, a private investigator who has studied the church for more than a decade, has concluded from church documents that the Unification Church International, the main holding company for Moon's U.S. businesses, exceeded $500 million in the mid-1980s. Man, who took Moon Inc. to the next level? But the church's wealth has always been centered in Asia. A detailed analysis by the Far Eastern
Candace, are you jealous they have more money than you? Where are we going with this heifer?
Economic Review in 1990 valued the church's land holdings in South Korea alone at more than $1 billion. In recent years, though, several of the Korean companies have lost money, causing business experts there to wonder, like their counterparts in America, where the money comes from. Charlie Kirk, where is the money coming from and where is it going to? Charlie Kirk is in Korea. He's in Japan.
Wait, no, Charlie Kirk is deceased. Stop calling his name. I think he wants you to leave him alone. I'm almost certain that he would not want you obsessing over him like this. Candace, you alien. You are one disturbed Martian. Oh, y'all. Tell the Ewok to hurry up.
And he's being told that he's there for reasons that have to do with the Christian faith being suppressed. I don't think that's why they had him there, to be honest with you. I don't think that's why they pushed for Charlie to go to Korea.
Yeah, we're seeing another personality come through. This isn't Black Morticia anymore. This is not Hood Booger. Yeah, I want to say this is like the Basic Instinct lady. You know, the one that cooked the rabbit and pot. Candace, you look crazy here. His eyes are that flared nose up. She looks insane. How much more neglectful is she becoming of her kids? You know, she just threw her hair in a ponytail and said, I'm going all the way there. I'm pissing off Lady Luck Club tonight. Like, this is so weird. Candace, they're going to make so many comedy episodes about this one show with the Daily Wire. They could probably get out of about a good 4 episodes from this one show. Daily Wire is going to clown the hell out of you.
And to Tokyo.
North Korea is
a really long-standing explanation as to where the money comes from.
Oh, Lord.
Where the money was going to. It is Japan, not Korea, that provides the bulk of the church's wealth. As much as 70% church observers estimate. They can't get to the bottom of that. They don't know. They don't know the answer to that. Yet despite years of such legal and financial troubles, the unification movement continues to pump hundreds of millions of dollars into existing businesses and new ventures all around the world. It's just a bottomless pit of money. Nobody knows where it's coming from.
Yeah, she wants
According
money.
to business analysts and academics who study the church, Moon's most ambitious foray into the political process in recent years was the American Freedom Coalition, a conservative group that built popular support for Colonel Oliver L. North during the Iran-Contra probe. In addition to about $5 million, unificationists provided the personnel that gave the coalition its grassroots strength. Former church members said, yes, of course, we got to build, got to be able to help the colonels, got to have a military angle here. And so that has been their most ambitious, building something that actually helped the Iran-Contra, people that were implicated. Tells us also in 1995, the Women's Federation made another donation. It's another arm of the church, a donation that illustrates how Moon supports his fellow conservatives. It gave $3.5 million grant to the Christian Heritage Foundation, which later brought a portion of Liberty University's debt, rescuing Reverend Jerry Falwell's Lynchburg, Virginia religious school from the brink of bankruptcy. Post has learned of more recent and direct financial support from Moon to Falwell. Last year, New World Communications, which is a parent company of the money-losing Washington Times lent $400,000 into Liberty at a 6% interest, according to the promissory note. So the point of all of this is that to get money,
There's no point.
It's a web.
No point.
It's a financial web.
Yeah, because we can sit here and go through your finances with George Farmer. Candace, what are we going to come out of that with? You know, because this Bullingdon club and all of his crimes, it sounds like he's committed. Trashing restaurants. A man lost his life. Where are we going with all this? Come on, Black Morticia, hurry up, girl.
That took one investigator 10 years to still not figure out how all this money is happening. And that's what it feels like Turning Point USA has become, a very complex financial web where money is coming in and money is going out and every dollar is being spent and money is going back to certain people and there are kickbacks. And it feels like very sophisticated money laundering. When I read what happened with Moon Inc. and I compare it to what seems to be happening at Turning Point USA, it feels like the company grew bigger than Charlie Kirk. And then they were ready to go to the next level. Like maybe they were presented with an opportunity to become Moon Inc. And maybe Charlie said, no. Maybe. Anyways, back to Korea. Yeah, Charlie's last trip. He went to go meet with a pastor. And Charlie, the way it was pitched to Charlie was that they were suffering, Christians were suffering in Korea because they want to get engaged into politics. And like, you know, Christians want to vote what Christians are concerned about. But again, I don't think that's why the McCoys were pushing for Charlie to go to Korea because, you know, they just got a Holocaust museum. And I don't think much Holocaust stuff happened in Korea. Feels like maybe Korea's getting infiltrated.
Candace. Who said they were? Well, who said they're trying to sit here and just dwell on the Holocaust? Maybe they just want to do some sort of memorial to the survivors of it. And that's it. You're making it seem as if you get to dictate that. If that's what they want to do, it's on them. What we should be discussing is why George Farmer felt that putting his hands on another grown man, a male, you know, a human being born with male genitalia, why he felt the need to put his hands on this guy without consent. And why are you going out of your way to ignore that? Oh, the North Koreans and the Japanese are going to be so pissed off with Candace.
Like America got infiltrated. I mean, you can guess how extensive the infiltration is by guessing how extensive the Holocaust education is what I would say. That's kind of the lesson that I'm looking back and I'm going, it's kind of weird. We didn't learn about this.
There's nothing
we had to learn about that. Yeah. You have to establish yourself as the ultimate victims before you do the ultimate oppressing vibes. I don't know. Anyways, I'll let you read about, or rather see, this is the headline from the Korean Herald, how pro-union pastor was arrested for breaking election law. He was arrested on September 9th. Now, to remind you, Charlie was
over
there on the 4th and the 5th for the Build Up Korea conference. So days later, he got arrested. And the rhetoric that he...
What are you trying to say? Charlie Kirk went over there and helped them break election laws? What are we doing? Girl, yeah, by next week, she'll be blaming Charlie Kirk for his own death. Because Candace, you heifer. You soulless simp. It seems like that's where you're trying to go. It's going to get to a point where she'll just be flat out accusing Charlie Kirk of bringing on his own assassination. And she's going to do it with a smile on her face like this. She won't talk about the other people who were there at the scene of the crime that were actually arrested. She certainly doesn't talk about Tyler Robinson. So I guess the next thing will be he brought it on himself. Is that where you're going, Candace? You're going to get your ass whooped, girl. I just want you to know that, Candace, many people will whoop your ass.
He was using is interesting. It's very interesting. Take a look at this news clip. And sorry, Skylar.
Turning overseas, we've been following the case of South Korean pastor Yoon Bo-sun. His imprisonment has raised concerns about religious freedom in South Korea. The case recently gained more attention when his son Chance spoke in Arizona at Turning Point USA's AmFest. Asia correspondent Lucille Toulousan spoke with him following that appearance.
Where he spoke about his father's case. Pastor Yoon Bo-sun remains jailed in South Korea on election law charges and has drawn attention from the Korean administration for his stance on biblical truths.
So firstly, I would like to thank CBN News for covering my father's news when it was mostly needed. And that's when I believe a lot of Christians in the States, especially, starting to pick up my father's story. I think this is a great opportunity for Americans themselves to be able to realize what's at stake and what we are to do as brothers and sisters in Christ.
As a show of support, the organization Advocates for Faith and Freedom has launched a petition for a fair legal process in Pastor Son's case. Support from Americans is also growing. That includes the late Charlie Kirk, who met Pastor Son in Seoul at a conference.
My father was able to share what's happening in Korea recently, especially to the Christian leaders, including himself. And also the possibility that my father could get arrested. And in fact, my father got arrested 2 days after he met Charlie. Charlie made sure that he will use his platform and his voice to let the...
What's the point, Candace? It's like you looking at the camera saying, yep, see, he got arrested after meeting Charlie Kirk. Why is she making this up? He went out there to visit somebody. Maybe he went out there to help the man who got arrested. What is so bad about this? Who child? Help me out here. Charlie Kirk went to he went to China to help the guy, right? Is that what I'm to take out of this? And she's trying to make it seem like that was a bad thing. That what's going on? Did he go out there to help him with getting an attorney? So he met a person at a conference. It's like I'm like he met somebody. She acts like the Holocaust is pushed out on everyone. I didn't learn about it in school. Not really. I learned later as an adult. I learned a lot more just watching documentaries as I got older. You can't make this up. Candace avoids the crisis in our church because it's an inconvenient truth that doesn't fit her narrative. Shame on her. Not telling the truth on can potentially hurt more of our children. Exactly. She is banned in North Korea now. Yeah, I hope so, because this is madness, Candace. North Korea is going to beat your ass, girl. I hope you know that. North Korea is going to beat your ass. And then George Farmer is going to leave you and go get a boyfriend for real. Bye, Candace. I thought this would work, and you just, you kept doing stuff. So, no. I'll be at Andrew Tate's. You can't make this up. This is crazy. This is absolute madness. I don't know what she wants people to get out of this. This girl has lost her mind. And she's looking at the camera like, see, told ya. No, you didn't say anything.
The possibility that my father could get arrested. And in fact, my father got arrested 2 days after he met Charlie. Charlie made sure that he will use his platform and his voice to let the whole world and America know that this is happening in South Korea. And this was important for him because it was an example of what would happen if we don't speak for biblical truth.
So just so you know, why was he arrested? Well, he was accused of violating the Public Official Election Act and the Local Education Autonomy Act. Prior to attending a court hearing on Monday on the warrant for his arrest, the conservative pastor participated in a protest that was held by Christian groups in which he said that the state is, quote, the same as Hitler and the Nazis, end quote. And his arrest would be a confirmation of his claim, according to this article. He shouted the words that Lee Jae-myung has to die for Korea to live. They're fighting Nazis, guys. Like everybody, everywhere is fighting Nazis at all times. It's just the only thing that's ever happened in the history of the world is these Nazis. And obviously, if you don't allow this museum to come in and allow Christians to have a leg here, well, then obviously the Holocaust is going to happen again. I think it's pretty sound. This all feels right
not sound.
to me.
No, Candace. It's like C-Star says. You're trying to connect dots that don't exist. And they're just not connecting. And as opposed to you actually doing what you said you would do, which would involve researching who pulled the trigger on the gun, you're doing everything but. This is so stupid. I'm telling you, they're going to order you to a psych eval. You and all your 18 personalities right now. You're going to get ordered to a psych eval. This is madness. This is madness. Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear me? Oh, so.
If I had to today give you my best guess as to why Charlie Kirk was assassinated, it's because an offer came to him to become the next Moon, to turn Turning Point, which is already a $100 million organization, into a multi-billion-dollar organization, like in real estate and purchasing businesses and doing all sorts of things, working with the military and the top politicians in the world. And you just turn the other way. Don't ask questions about where the money's coming from or how you're getting the money. Just keep things afloat and keep poisoning the minds of the youth. And keep saying that you're doing all this in the name of the Lord. Because, why not? If Moon could help the CIA traffic in the name of the Lord, why couldn't Charlie Kirk's organization do that? The hell was Charlie Kirk doing in Korea? Okay. This is my best guess. I think this is what Charlie Kirk said no to.
Candace, stop. He was out there handling his business. You have no evidence that any of these people did anything to him or had any ill will. You're literally trying to destroy every single relationship he's ever had, even in other countries now. Because moons. This is absolute madness. You dumb heifer.
I think this is what Charlie Kirk turned down. And I would imagine that if you're his lieutenants and you're thinking this is a lot of money, a big payday, you might betray him. You might betray him for that. So that's all I have for you today. Very long episode, but a very important episode to see how all of this comes together. We're going to take a break before I read some of your questions. Do you owe back taxes or maybe you haven't filed?
So that was a headache. You can't make this stuff up. She is desperate. Absolutely desperate. Y'all, I don't even know what to make of this. I do know that we're going to be watching tomorrow another Nemo video that is an hour long about the dark secrets of George Farmer and his links to the Rothschild. We're going to be watching that. It's an hour-long video, so I want to save that for tomorrow. And her episode or whatever she does, depending on how I feel. Because Candace is just, child. It's not making, none of this makes sense. And it has nothing to do with Charlie Kirk. As far as who pulled the trigger on the gun. And it's just fodder. Cannon fodder. That's all it is. So I've been looking for the gag order. I think something with Daily Wire. I just hope they go ahead and put out these episodes on her so we can get to laughing. Because we're going to need some laughter to balance out all these crazy ass episodes she's doing. So I just hope so. They need to hurry up. I don't know when they season start. We're here for it. And I would love to do an episode. I would love to do at least one or two. Ben Shapiro, call me. Email me. Email me, player. I'll do them. It'll be funny and I will have a good time. So I haven't seen that gag order, but if you guys come across the gag order itself, let me know. Email it to me and I will read it on tomorrow. I still have to check up on my emails, but I want to thank you guys so much for rocking with me here. It is going on 4 hours, 12 minutes, and you guys have been absolute amazing. We've heard some crazy stuff here, but Lord help us all. Let's get some supers in right quick. We got the one from Pat Brooks for $19.99. Super. Thank you so much. And then, of course, Francisca's got the comment of the day with Morticia Adams. Black Morticia Adams is what we've given another personality of Candace. And it was funny. And then we have a $20 super from March On. Thank you. Hi, Miss LLC. Thank you for the joy you bring. I just want to let you know that you have some beautiful, soulful people in your chat. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. And it's honor, really, because these people are amazing. They keep me on pace. They keep me laughing. We try to throw out some jokes out there and keep everybody laughing and happy and flowing. And we got no reply to kind of give us our base facts and information. And Manny, who comes in with his military expertise. So we try to keep some expertise flowing as well, so you guys can learn something. Somebody tell Ben Shapiro I want to be in the show. I'll take the 7,000 just for GP value. Yeah, let's piss them all off. Pay me $7,000. I'll take it. Oh man. Thank you all so much. I had a great time. We'll be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow. We will start off with the George Farmer video, and then we'll do her new episode on her show. If it's raunchy, I'm just not gonna do it. All right. But if it's somewhat decent, then we'll tackle it in. And then, of course, this weekend we've got so many videos that we need to catch up on regarding Umar, and of course our view watch party for Carbonation and Nature Boy. Got to get some of that in, and then I've got to get a video up and going on my second channel. So thank you all so much. Tune in if you can, and just so some support, and everything. Make sure you guys tune in for tomorrow. I'm not gonna pre-schedule it like I did today because something always happens. But I'll make sure I at least give about good 15 minutes for people to come in. Once we get the live stream going, and then you guys can come in and hang out with us and hit the like button, share the content, and subscribe to the Lady Luck Club. We're on our way to 50,000 subs, y'all, and I'm excited about that. So thank you all so much for tuning in. Candace, you're a clown. I enjoyed laughing at her, and you guys make sure you be on the lookout for those scheduled live streams as well. Thank you all so much, and have a good evening to all of you. Get some rest, and I will see you all in the next one. Lady Luck Club out. Deuces.